I'm gonna call the meeting to order. Clerk Joe, can you please call the roll?
Mayor Pro Tem Thompson. Mayor Brown.
Present.
Councilmember Fellows. Here. Councilmember Tucson.
Present.
Councilmember Simmons. So absent. Councilmember McLean.
Here.
Councilmember Green.
Present.
You have one.
All right. I move to excuse. Benjamin. Oh, well. Move to excuse. Bella. Your support. Well, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. I'll entertain a motion for agenda approval.
So moved.
Support. It's been moved by Councilmember Tucson, supported by Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen. The updates or changes to the agenda. Pretty simple. All in favor of the agenda as presented, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. We're at public comments. Members of the audience will have 3 minutes to address council. I will start with the names signed up on the list, and when I call your name, if you're able, please approach the podium. We will go in intervals of 10. So if there are 10 folks in the audience in person who want to speak, we'll start there, then move to 10 online, and so on and so forth, until audience participation is complete. If you could state your name and address for the record when I call you, that would be appreciated. Mark Perkins. Good evening.
Good evening, Mark Fergon, 111 Miles. Oh, this is adjustable. So, very recently, at least in administrative terms, there was a 500-year flood, rainstorm. It flooded the downtown library. We nearly lost our downtown library, but we didn't because we have a Ypsilanti district library that is a larger tax and budgetary imprint than this 4 square mile tax prison. Just recently, the Ypsilanti Community Utilities Authority was able to stand up to Los Alamos National Laboratory and the University of Michigan and all of their problematic regions with the help of this elected body and the elected body of Ypsilanti Township. The future is collaboration and the reduction of single entity public services. Mr. Langdon will always tell you that we have to do things the best way and the best practices, and the best way and the best practices tend to involve him continuing to receive a paycheck. Chief Hobbs would be able to say the same thing, and I'm not even mad at them. They need to have a place to sleep. They need to have a full bill. It is within their purview to present the options that will maintain their personal well-being. You're an elected body. You are meant to look at things in a proactive, thoughtful manner that are larger than yourselves. I highly ask that you consider ways to make the 4 square miles with the mandated maximum and the Headley Amendment and all of that no longer matter that much, if at all, to things like Department of Public Services, Fire Department, and the Police Department. We can break out of these albatross, well, I'm mixing metaphors. We can break out of these patterns that have been holding us down, especially when we are just about ready to get body going.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. That is the only name I had signed up, Mr. Williamson. It's all right. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and Council people.
Anthony Williamson. I have my normal list of stuff that I participate in. I'm trying to get them in 3 minutes. But I'm gonna start off being the government and community relations specialist for the Ypsilanti Housing Commission. And I wanted to thank Bonnie and Dave for coming out to our garage out there and helping us plan a way to get that garage. It's been filled with stuff since before Executive Director Fosler started, so 13 years, so we're trying to get that together. They gave us some very helpful hints on how and with some other organizations to help us do that. I'm also a member of a board member of the Ypsilanti Senior Center, and I wanted to let you guys know that as of yesterday, we hired a new executive director. And I also wanted to thank Commissioner King for helping us in the hiring process as she was part of our hiring team. But with both of those places, I have been asked by folks in and around there to have a conversation with you guys, Ypsilanti Housing and the Senior Center regarding the parking. I know you guys have had that many times. I've been asked to bring that up again. Also another event, our Park Ridge Golf Outing, which we use to support the Summerfest and Summer Camp Scholarships, which you always participate in, is on Friday, June 19th. Park Ridge Summer Festival is Saturday, August 22nd. I want to have a conversation with you guys about what sponsorship looks like. A couple years ago, we talked about you guys being one, if not the lead sponsor in that event, and we've not really followed up on the conversation on what that really means. You guys have also always supported us by waiving the park fees and that kind of thing, but we are kind of in need of some additional support. Another use of our park, I'm part of Women and Men Working for Change, and our domestic violence walk will take place at Riverside and whatever the park is across the street from it. Frog Island, right, on Saturday, August 3rd, Trump Retreat, October 3rd. Trump Retreat is October 24th, is something you guys always support, city services and everybody, and we're trying to make that the biggest investment we ever had, and I've already acknowledged Michelle, Dave, Chief Anderson for participating in the Brotherhood Circle, and last, I'm also part of the Habitat for Humanity Board, and we have 2 houses, one on Elder, I think their dedication is coming up, and then finishing a house on Ellsworth, that's within the city of Ypsilanti.
The first one is on open. Is there anyone else in the audience who would like to address council?
All that's here to support the Ypsilanti Police Department and the Police Chief Timothy Anthony Anderson. If you'll stand, please. I'm here in full support of Police Chief Timothy Anderson, who is serving with dignity and respect to the entire community. Both sides of the community, he serves with dignity and respect. And I guess what we're asking is that during his budget, that nothing be extracted from his budget. Because everything that the police needs to protect and serve us, we need to render it to them. And that's all departments. If they need it, then we need to render it to them. Just today, some people say we don't need police. Some people say we need unarmed folks. Just today, we had in the broad open daylight, we had a shooting. And the police had to take care of that. So if we don't have police to go to these kind of things, we cannot depend on just regular citizens to go and take on these kind of roles. So I'm just hoping that you all would do what's right, because you don't need to be protected. You don't need to be served at some time or another. If someone get down on you, you're not gonna call no first responders. You're gonna call the police. And I'm looking forward to you to do the right thing. This is just a few of his supporters, And there are more and more and more and more to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience who would like to address council? Anybody on Zoom?
There are just a few people, but no one has their hand raised.
If you'd like to speak to us, raise your hand. Okay,
No one on Zoom.
all right. There's no one else, we will close public comment. Okay. All right, thank you all. Let's see. All right, well, we'll move right over to the city manager for the budget presentation.
Good afternoon, good evening, council. So I will start the departmental presentations, and let's wait for Tracy to pull it up. So for the city manager's office, I've really just put focus on the budget priorities that council set. Water Street, public infrastructure, roads, walks, bridges, public spaces, parks, restrooms, youth engagement and development, unarmed response strategy, and shelter and housing. Kind of go through and see where, and let council know where we are in those initiatives. So budget priority 1, Water Street, the remediation continues. And council, as council knows, a ad hoc RFQ committee has begun its work to develop an RFQ. Submit that, council approval, and then once we have our bids, the committee will then review the bids and give its recommendation to council. Looking at the second priority, public infrastructure. The second leg of Harriet is going to occur this summer, and then we will do the first leg of the Cornell reconstruction. In terms of parking lots, the Ballard and Freight House lots are currently under construction with the assistance of the DDA, who is financing this project. Then the Frog Island lot will be reconstructed later this summer. And that is with assistance through funds provided by the state. Our bridges, we have Cross Street beginning, that will be the first one, I believe it begins in 2027. Prospect begins the following year, and then the Michigan Avenue bridges in 2029. These bridges, through the hard work of DPW and Director Wessler, were able to bring in funds to cover those bridges with a little bit of money coming from the city. Public spaces, budget priority. Staff is drafting an RFP for council to approve for installations of public restrooms. We have community development block grants that we are allocating for that, as well as $300,000 that council allocated from Fund 205 this year. And those will be at Park Ridge Park, Riverside, and potentially another location. For youth engagement, council still has the mini grants going on. I just want to remind council to budget whichever funding you feel is necessary for this program. The city is also participating in the Summer Works program. And both the clerk department and community service department will be having interns for that. The budget priority number 5, that's the unarmed response team. Staff continues to work with LEAP to finalize the assessments. Once completed, staff will need to work with the sheriff to help build out the program. And council has already assigned Fund 205 to this program minus already committed funds. The 6th priority is a shelter. Staff has submitted a letter of support to Washtenaw County Shelter Association for congressional directed spending. An application was submitted by the county, and the Shelter Association is working to solidify a location on the east side. I have a meeting with them later this week. We're going to go to a potential location and kind of talk through how we're going to make this a reality on the east side. So those are council's budget priorities, and those will be my focus coming over the next budget cycle. I'm open for any questions or comments.
Questions for the city manager? Councilmember King?
I have one question about the summer works. Will there be any additional funds that needed to be added?
So we actually were provided a scholarship by Michigan Works, so that's fun.
Great, thank you.
Councilmember McLean?
Just a quick question on Cross Street, so you said that starts in 27,
Yeah, please.
how long, and is that,
Obligated in 27 and construction will be
Yeah.
at 28.
Yeah.
So it's confusing. The budget year is 27, then the budget year is 28, and then the budget year is 29, but it's really gonna be actual 2028, actual 2029, and then actual 2030.
once we shut that down, will it be shut down continuously through that period?
Yes.
I hate to say this, but I have rewatched the meeting, and when you're not on the mic, no one can hear, just so the audience is listening, if they could hear whenever y'all talk, if y'all really could, to the mic.
Councilmember Fellows? Yeah, do you want to?
Yes, for the public spaces one, the restroom resolution we passed did include Prospect Park as well as that third location. And you know that the next step will probably be looking at the different RFP proposals. And for the unarmed response, I see, you know, we're going to continue working with LEAP to finalize, as the next step after that, I mean, the sheriff will need to be involved because it's their, you know, 911 triage system that we're gonna need to work with to figure out how to incorporate unarmed response in the triage. But I would see the next step after LEAP, is done with their part, it as doing some community input sessions as well as staff input sessions, including the police chief and department, so that, you know, we can get a full understanding of what the community wants from a program like that. So I would expect that as a kind of a concurrent next step with working with the sheriff to understand how we can like change the triage system.
Just kind of add on to that, happy to provide the public engagement. LEAP is, its assessment is focused on the city of Ypsilanti, but it's also kind of working to see how that can expand throughout the county. So I just want to make sure that council is aware of that.
Councilmember King?
So I know it's not on here, but we heard in public comment about the parking lot at the senior center and Park Ridge. Do we know when that will be completed?
We do not have that slated for reconstruction at this time. We'd have to look into that.
Any additional questions for the city manager? Thank you, Manager Orlando.
So up next, we have Louise with DDA.
Hi, council. Hi. Hello. Okay, so I have our role on here, improve, and that's not just for our DDA, that's the DDA. Improve quality of life, create a sense of place, passion, pay residents, businesses and talents for our private reinvestment, increase property value in and around the area. Are you doing one?
Yeah.
Clicker's right, it's in front of you.
I have a clicker?
Yes.
No, we have that.
Okay.
Okay,
Sorry.
okay, wow. Moving on up, so just so a reminder, council, you guys appoint our board of directors that oversees me. And then I have a part-time staff person, Danya, so it's a team of 1.5, that help with community members. Yeah. So we have a list, I'm not gonna go through all of it, but it's the work that the DA does or can do, and that's just. And then we also have for our DDA, the top budget items of the year, so it's our IGA with the city, intergovernment agreement, staff wages, an administrative contract with the city, landscaping contract for all three districts. Downtown waste management, facade and building rehab grants, holiday lighting maintenance, capital infrastructure projects and special event contributions are something that we see every single year. And, you know, I also won't go through all this, but we did a lot last year, and this includes new holiday decoration contract, expanded later shine team contracts, new banners, we've been awarded, grants match on Main, special event sponsorships for 13 community events, Ballard Lot reconstruction. I know Andrew just mentioned that one, and Great House Lot, we're really excited to actually see those. Those have been completely pulled up right now and are in the middle of the construction. Yeah, we can go over that list, and if you guys have any questions about those things, I'm happy to talk about it. I don't take a lot of time. Yeah, and so looking into, I did not change that 26, 27, but I mean 26, 27. We are working on a business, Ypsi Business District market analysis and implementation. We hope to have that finished by the end of the fiscal year and implement it into the next fiscal year. We are doing that in-house. We have our first CRM that will improve comms and day-to-day tasks at the DBA. Create and implement business retention plan for all three districts, continue partnerships with later engagement EMU and First Fridays, 30th annual Sammy Slam and other registering ringing events, fill storefront vacancies is a huge goal of ours this year. Identify opportunities to increase housing in the district, small business workshop series, continue strengthening relationships with SBDC Spark and Growing Hope Incubator Kitchen, implement strategies derived from the DA District Vitality Committee and our recast leader cohort, and create and implement volunteer recruitment strategy. So we have three districts, and so we have different needs in districts. We're specifically looking at downtown in the next fiscal year. We've already approved for next fiscal year, Michigan Ave Center median repairs for about 35,000. We're looking at the North Huron lot reconstruction as well, downtown drinking fountain, landscaping. We've always ended landscaping at the end of the summer in August. We are now extending that into November. And we're looking to begin the Washington redesign process for design and engineering. That's going to be a big, long project. And so we're going to get started on that. Depot Town, we have our Maple Street lot that we have to take care of. Well, very good, pretty soon. And ADA improvements to the Great House Plaza, Depot Town mural, Depot Town social district launch, and construction resiliency. I heard Bonnie mention that exposure for a very long time, and so we need to prepare our businesses. I think this happened back in the 80s from what I've heard, and it really drained out the district. So really doing some things for the district to kind of, you know, keep it, you know, going through the hardships. West Cross Street, landscaping also extended into November, and we will begin a parent redesign process as well. So, if anybody has any questions?
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, could you tell more about the Washington redesign?
Yeah, so it's actually something that you guys have in your master plan. And it's been on our minds for a very long time, and it's in our plan as well. So we're hoping to be able in the master plan, it's kind of redesigned as more of like a event space. It's not a closed to vehicles design, but it's a maybe a curbless, more accessible, more user friendly to events. We lost a lot of events downtown, so to be able to have more of like a gathering space. The plan is specifically for North Washington, but I would hope that we would be looking at South Washington as well, since we've utilized that a lot more in the last 5 years.
Thank you.
You said the other question is the grant for Cross Street Bridge. It was like listed as $3 million.
Oh, I mean, yeah, so that's, we have a 3 million grant through Leo that was applied for. It's coming.
Great, thank you. Yes, I also want to hear about the Washington redesign process. I know years ago, we were looking at it as a promenade space, kind of, a little plaza. So anyhow, I'm excited to hear about that process. A question I have is just, about the Shine Team contracts.
Yeah.
And how much those are. I had a chance the other day to speak to a few of the members, just to kind of get a sense of like, yeah, like where you at and things of that sort. So I'm just wondering about that too. Cause I know they've been trying to like highlight what spaces look like before and after. And obviously they're also not only in the city, but yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, we started with a $36,000 contract and we have extended the contract. I can't tell you exactly what the number is. I can send that over to you. Because we have extended their hours after we had so much success with them. So we have them at about 15 hours in each district and then splitting the Frog Island Park and Riverside Park as well. We also have them contracted to help take care of our dumpster enclosures, which I don't know if you guys remember from times past on Facebook. Those have been a problem, and so we contracted those out to be looking good. So yeah, so we also in the winter time we started a program where we had Puffer Reds actually donated snow blowers. And it was a complimentary downtown pilot where the Shine Team, whenever there was more than an inch of snow, came through and just made an accessible walkway for all of the business district downtown. So as we're seeing more needs and there's opportunities to work with Shine Team, we're discussing those and then also encouraging opportunities for the city to take on. We can only really do it within our district. So exciting that the city utilizes them as well and the township.
Well, great. Well, then I guess that goes to my other question of what other things we have to do. So I guess that was part of my question to see like, okay, this is what area they're currently covering at this amount and what that would look like. So if there's other places that they're doing.
So currently, we contracted with them to assist in cleaning up the encampments in the city. So they're working through that. They actually went. A lot of those people that work for Shine they know the individuals that call those places home, and it's just making it easier. And they're doing a really great job too.
And I can send you the most recent contract we have.
Yeah, that'd be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Elise, for the presentation. 1.5 FTEs, it sounded like, so you're trying to do a lot with a little. I'm gonna ask you a question that I think I'm probably going to ask current budget climate. Every person brings budget up here. But do you work any overtime and have you budgeted any for this coming year?
I'm personally pretty good at maintaining my hours, but I mean, there's definitely opportunities, where I could be, and no, I don't.
Any questions for Elise? Councilmember Fellows?
Yes, the small manufacturing program, is there update, as I saw that's not on your list, so I wonder if there's an update about it. Or if it's included in the plans for 2026.
Yeah, so it's a 10-month program. It should wrap up. We're actually meeting with the cohort on Wednesday in Lathrop's Village. And yeah, so we're in the middle. We're about 3 months in the process, 10-month program. And so hoping by fall, we'll have more of a robust something to present to you guys. And that will be incorporated into what we're doing with our district vitality committee and moving forward, hopefully.
Can you share like what is happening now or what has happened? Because I just haven't heard anything.
Yeah, okay, so basically it's kind of a long process. We're meeting with other, with the folks at, Recast, her name's Alana. And we also have, we have other cities in Southeast Michigan that are part of this. And really what we're doing is, kind of identifying folks, where they're called the connectors, we're identifying small manufacturing businesses that are either working out of like Growing Hope or Spark, or even you know, if we hear of some that are working out of homes or whatever. And we're right now just collecting all the people and having conversations to help connect us to those people. And so for the first few months, it's really that sort of setup.
Well, I'll follow up with you more, but I know that in other recast programs, like, a kitchen, shared kitchen, like commercial kitchen has been one of the successful projects that have come out of recast to support downtown businesses, so I'm just curious, like, what the conversations are kind of coalescing around as far as what, would bring the most support.
Yeah.
For our businesses.
We have the shared kitchen with Growing Hope, so we're hoping that we can at least connect with them and have like more of a bridge of, okay, you graduated from here, then you're going into their storefront that they're building. And then how do we make sure that those businesses that are finding their success here, we can keep them here, especially in our DBA Ypsilanti in general, but yeah, so that's all part of it. I'm also interested in retail incubators and that sort of thing. Moving forward.
Any other questions for our leads? Thank you. Who's next, city manager?
Next we have Thursday.
Hi there. Hello, Perfect Grove.
So the first thing I'm showing you is our new City of Ypsi or Ypsi Votes logo, voting logo. Since I got here, I've been talking to you about a primary long-term goal of voter education and outreach. I think we're finally getting there, finally finding some time to spend more time on that, which is quite important, but falls to the back burner when we're trying to get through the day-to-day tasks. So the first thing we did was work with the communications department, Katie and JD. JD was wonderful in helping us put this logo together. And now we're going to, or I at least am going to start participating in some outreach events where we're going to educate voters and try outreach to get more people involved, whether it be youth, whether it be residents, students at EMU. But we're going to start going to different events. If there are any events that y'all are part of and you want me to participate in, please let me know. We're looking to start getting involved more through the community. And we've got some swag, things to give away, different things to help register people, help inform them about what's going to be on the ballot this year, and try to get people interested in wanting to work the polls too. So that's kind of my primary goal this year. Our staff is relatively small. There's me, I have a deputy, Lisa, and we have the clerk generalist, John, in our office. We handle a lot of things. Some of the accounts that I am responsible for include the city council budget. What some of the things that come out of that are the youth mini grants and a bunch of different contractual services, including the lobbyist. I also am responsible for council programs, which is where your the event fee waivers comes from, other youth program contributions, and special events sponsorships, among other things. The city clerk budget is mostly everything except elections. Our revenue sources are basically from peddlers and solicitor permits, the marijuana licenses, and notary fees. Our notary fees have been going up. We got the other two staff members in our office are notaries now as well. And so that business has really been picking up. voter registration, that's where I think most of the money goes. We do need funding for the August primary this year and the November general election. Minimal funds for youth engagement, voter outreach. Voter outreach is really where I try to see if there's, pennies left over in the supplies account, and then we can, buy a few things that we can give away to get people interested and wanna come talk to me about voting. It is important to remember that we will need funding for new election equipment next year. The state, has been able to fund it sometimes before. They always seem to try to find the money, but they have told us not to expect that, and that we should be budgeting $15,000 per precinct to replace all of the equipment. Per precinct. Correct, sorry, per precinct, yes. Which is why it's great that current city manager, previous city clerk reduced some of those precincts. That helps reduce the cost. But yeah, that's gonna be a big expense for us next year. But I'm okay.
Good.
Well, I guess my main question is just like, how's the equipment changing from what we currently have?
My belief is we are getting completely new equipment. We had a contract for 10 years with this equipment. They have come through and they have upgraded it every 2 years. But like any computer, we've gotten to the point where it's relatively obsolete. And so we don't know yet what equipment we will have. We're still guessing. 10 years ago when we did this, the state made the decision, they chose 3 different companies and they let each county clerk determine which company they would use. So there are 3 companies within the state of Michigan right now. And they're in the RFQ process. And it currently appears that only one of those companies, the one that we use, Hart, is certified for the new systems that the federal government has required. So it's kind of hard to say, but I have seen the new Hart equipment. They have brought it to our county meetings so we can kind of take a look at it. And if it were still to be the Hart equipment, I can at least tell you about that. It's very similar. It's just getting a little bit better. It's a very heavy kind of suitcase that you have to carry with a tabulator on it, and it's gotten lighter. And it's easier to maneuver, it's easier to carry, it's easier to transport. It's also more user-friendly on the screen. But beyond that, that's all I really know right now.
Okay. Thank you.
Insurance. So we have all of our insurance through the Michigan Municipal League, another one of the things that I'm responsible for. And the coverage includes property, liability, automobile, crime, bonds, and cyber attacks. We do, MML is saying there's always a 10% growth forecasted. But we're also really lucky. MML is the only company that I know of that gives a rebate back to the members because we are all members. So if, at the end of the year, they've got money left, we get money back. And we have received large check from them every year, which is very nice and helps offset our costs. AHB, which is the Administrative Hearings Bureau. That's where a large expense is as well, takes up a lot of our time. When I started here, they were doing 1 week a month, and we're up to 4 weeks a month, with one of those being a formal day and the other 3 being informal. And we have 2 judges, administrative hearings officers that alternate the weeks. And that way we've got somebody else to fill in if they're not able to be there. We estimate the revenue around $70,000. The expenses are a little more difficult to enumerate. We were a little bit behind on getting the liens all attached and then released. So the fees have been a little bit higher because we've been catching up, but those should be leveling off and equaling out. And I think that's all the slides.
Questions for Clerk Boudreaux?
Can you remind me how much money we set aside every year for council professional development?
I think it's $10,000.
And I did ask about that, so we're supposed to get a report on it.
Yes, I do have it, we have it partially done, but I wasn't itemized out. So we've spent just over 50% at this point. So we're a little more than halfway through all of that.
Councilmember Simmons?
Yeah, I just wanted to just ask a little bit about HB a little bit more. So, because you're saying that, so the volume of cases has grown to
Yes.
an extent. That has made it move to multiple times. And, but out of those that we kind of estimate about 70,000 comes back, but so. It makes me wonder, sometimes I wonder like, well, there's, as it is, you just expand it. And then there's, well, how do we reduce some of those things? And obviously everyone knows some of my concerns about when I go to HB, so, and then I hear a lot about different folks that go and, different things they're found for, So anyway, I guess I wonder about that in terms of like, well, what would it look like for us to kind of rein in some of that so that we're not kind of having so many hearings? How do we then, if there's ways that we look at, and I know that we got a report when we were to look at some of the different kind of violations or what code enforcement is covering. Anyway, but just like raises that question for me, I just talked to somebody who was like, oh, there's somebody who was in front of HB because of a car that was parked. And she's like, yo, I drive my car every day. I just park in the same place. And they're like, well, you don't have evidence. And of course, I was like, if I were there, if I were her lawyer, I would have been like, well, you can talk about these things. But of course, people don't, they're not lawyers. They're just residents in the city. So they just found her for that. So those things raise those kind of questions for me, I guess.
So, still being relatively new here, I had not dealt with an AHB before, and then coming in from going from 1 week to 4. My belief is that part of it was that we did not have the enforcement officers on staff to be handling all of the enforcement in the city, and so a lot of the enforcement was, left by the wayside. That's my belief, but it's not my department. And I really couldn't speak to how we could reduce it, because we are simply the administrative side, just handle all of the hearings. I'm sorry.
No.
We do try, one of the reasons, there's the informal and then the formal is it gives everybody the opportunity to deal with it ahead of time, whether, you get your first notice and you can go through that officer, talk to that officer, try to work it out with them, right? Try to figure out what the issue or the problem is. Or pay the fine if you just don't want to deal with it. And then it's only if it isn't dealt with, usually that it gets moved to a formal hearing.
City manager, I think you had them.
So yeah, just to clarify a little bit, we have had 2 hearings since the AHB started. There was a formal, informal. Probably about 3 years ago, we went to 3 hearings and then we just added a 4th one. And we do employ more code enforcement officers, more building department inspectors. And this revenue, it's estimated $70,000, but I believe this year was around 140,000.
I'm sorry. I just was, you said, what was the amount you said it was?
It was around 140,000 for this fiscal year.
Thank you, Mayor. Talk a little bit more about the new election equipment. So that's something that we would need in this upcoming fiscal year. That's your expectation.
So I actually think I was putting it in next year.
Which is next year.
Yeah, sorry, we're 26, 27, yes, so it would be the 26, 27.
Okay.
Yes,
And roughly $150,000. Would we have 10 precincts?
no, we only have 7.
7, okay.
But we, have to add in like one, AV ballot counting board, so that makes 8. Because there's equipment for that one as well.
90,000 ballpark.
Yes,
Do you have any knowledge whether or not the our lobbyists or our good folks in Lansing are aware, I mean, surely we are not the only city that could live without this one-time expenditure.
You are correct. In March, I was at, clerk training and, the MAMC vice president in charge of, lobbying and and the laws, asked us to call our reps. We all were given 5 minutes to leave the room and call our state reps and talk to them about how much we need funding. There is not one community that just easily has the money to pay for all of it. So yes, everyone is talking to their representatives. Please continue to do so. I think there've been once or twice where I've asked you guys as well. It's our hope, but so often elections get pushed down to the bottom of the list. But it's absolutely our hope that they will have the money for us and that it's being lobbied for and they realize how imperative it is.
Another question?
So that the overtime question, I know you work some long hours, especially during election time. How much overtime is budgeted for the upcoming year?
Well, I don't get overtime. And neither does the deputy. So because of that, the overtime, is limited. It's really just for the 1 or 2 staff members in my office and, the deputy and I take on the brunt of the work so that, there isn't that much cost, incurred. It's usually, the week of the election. When, we just have required extra hours and Saturday.
Understandable, thank you.
Councilor Fells, I think I saw your hand.
Yeah, I wanted to ask a little bit about, we passed that resolution for the Know Your Rights campaign and like allocated 10 grand for it for immediate purposes. And I just wanted to know if, there's plans around kind of like, future elections, kind of protecting democracy, things like, working against voter intimidation and stuff like that, that's being thought about as far as the budgetary items as well.
Only really through my, my voter outreach and education. That's, those are my plans and the way, to do that. So not specific budget allocations. Generally, like I said, it's kind of when I can find extra money, to put it towards that. I try to work with a small budget. I try not to have to ask for any more money. So I try to be pretty frugal with what we have and it's when we can find the money to do something.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Tracy? Thank you.
Up next, we have our city attorney.
You don't want to stand at the podium.
That hurts too much. I apologize, and that's gonna be a requirement.
So I can tell you that my slides are very, very short. I only have a couple of them. First, we've only had one change in the city legal team. Nicole Attorney left the firm back in September. And recently council approved the addition of my partner Joy Kovic to assist with the litigation side of things for the city. So Andy Sugarman is managing all of the 14 A2 and AHB docket matters and is also working primarily as counsel on the Arbor One litigation, which has been extraordinarily time consuming. We think we've narrowed it down from about 45 different lawsuits to maybe 3 as we move forward. So that's been somewhat helpful. And I'm not being terribly facetious when I say that. We also have Dave Troika, who is primarily working with the folks on the 3rd floor when it comes to real estate and planning matters. He's also assisting the city with various appeals that have been filed in the Court of Appeals on various real estate issues that have come across our desks. But in terms of Dan's work He was formerly on the planning commission of Saline City, so he has been particularly instrumental in working with Josh to move things along in terms of PUD in the city and helping develop much of the structure of as of late the data center zoning update that is in process. Marjorie Dixon is probably the most preeminent real estate attorney I know, and when we call upon her, she has been fantastic assisting, again, folks on her. Alan Philbrick is a litigator by trade. He is, I will say, winding down his career, which has been illustrious for the last 54 years. He has announced his retirement this year, so we will likely have a new name on that screen coming up this time next year. Stephen Postema, who was for almost 20 years the city attorney in the city of Ann Arbor, has been also exceptional in assisting us with the one litigation and also on several administrative matters that we've come across over the course of the last year and a half or so of my relationship with the city. And then, despite the closed captions, I'm mentioning Troy Klovic, who was brought on to also assist with litigation, and the litigation that she would be primarily handling would involve the nuisance abatement litigation, which there's been an uptick of. I'll talk about. So the first point I will make is I'm paid an annual fee under a contract with the city. So that's an easy line item that covers all general administration matters, assisting council and departments with their day-to-day administration work and legislative work. But it also covers the prosecutorial side of the work that the city does, which includes the district court and the AHB. Real estate and litigation, this number seems big, but it's because of one particular lawsuit, a set of lawsuits. We are looking to try and end that case in the very near future, if possible, through motion practice. We don't think that there's any meaningful reason for this case to go to trial. The State Court of Appeals has upheld the earlier injunctive relief order entered by the Circuit Court last year. In fact, in just an astounding measure, they took merely 3 days to issue that opinion, when usually it takes much longer to get an opinion out of the Michigan Court of Appeals. So that was encouraging. So we're proceeding to pursue a permanent injunction compelling the repair of those properties and restoration of those properties to our housing stock, particularly not just safe and habitable, but respectful too, which are the three things that property we contend has lacked for many, many years, far too long. But we also do have some additional enforcements that we have to address. You have multiple properties in the city that have been allowed to fester. One of them is just off the freeway. And so those matters have combined for the uptick in litigation that has occurred. Things that might arguably been put on the back burner for several years can't be anymore. That's why we're at this. We've also had an uptick in insurance defense matters. Those are managed by the MML's assigned counsel. One of the things I've done to add efficiencies is focus MML's attention on assigning one particular law firm, one particular lead counsel that I have regular interactions with. So he's assisting us in defense of the federal Arbor One litigation. He's also assisting us in defense of the other pending litigation matters that have been assigned, some of them assigned in that last year and a half to that firm. I think this has really streamlined because I can have one telephone call instead of, to discuss multiple matters instead of one telephone call and communication with multiple attorneys on multiple different matters. It just adds incredible efficiencies. And it also is a nice efficiency too for purposes of reporting annually to our auditors so they understand what issues are out there, what potential liabilities the city has. So that is my presentation. If there are other questions.
Questions for Attorney Barker, Mayor Patel?
Is there any chance that we could recover any of the fees for the real estate?
It is possible. The statutes that we are bringing those cases under to provide some latitude to the court to award those fees. We do charge a substantially reduced rate, which is usually a good reason for the judge to grant us those fees because she's doing a favor to the other side when they are worthy of being awarded. But those fees are still subject to the court's discretion to grant or approve in most cases. So we don't always recover those. When we do recover those, depending on the type of case, those can result in potential liens against the real estate or recovery of those through the tax foreclosure process as well. So there's ways to get it. They're not often upfront in my experience, but they are at least some semblance of recovery down the line.
Further questions for Attorney Barker? Councilman McLean?
Couple of things. Thank you, Mayor. First, thanks for all the work you've done on the Arbor One issue and that you'll continue to do, I'm sure.
My colleague's not here because I have to give him a lot of credit. For a number of reasons that I'm sure we've discussed privately. So,
I know it's significant. I don't want to take your time in it, but your heart is in it as well. And so I think that's an important issue.
So I always like to say this is my city. I've been that way for my entire life.
And second, Mayor, just a kind of a quick overview. What are we looking at in terms of anticipated expenditures for this upcoming year compared to what we think we're going to land on for this current year?
I'm conservatively suggesting that we're going to be down. I don't know the exact numbers from last year. I think Reagan has those. But the estimate that I've suggested would be a reduction over last year on an assumption that the court will see things our way on that one particular piece of litigation. I'm also factoring in that there's going to be appeals invariably on this. It's a very litigious opponent. The comments we've made to the court is they'd rather spend a lot of money on legal fees rather than spending any money to fix these properties. And so I factored that in. The appeals are a little more cut and dry once you've done all the work at the circuit court level. So I'm actually conservatively suggesting a downward trend, but I have to monitor that regularly with the city manager. And if we need to come back, we'll come back. I don't want to, but obviously that's a possibility if things don't go the way we expect them to go.
Thank you.
Councilmember King?
You mentioned one attorney would be retiring. Do you have a retire date and do you have someone to replace that attorney?
Well, I will say this and somewhat sarcastically, lawyers really don't retire. They just grow old in their chairs. So Alan is scheduled to retire at the end of the year, but that doesn't mean he's leaving. He will be available to us as a resource. And we do have, or I do have others in mind as the services to the city develop.
That's great, thanks.
And I've staff added in the office alone, I've added, or we've added 4 additional attorneys in the last 6 months.
Any additional questions for the attorney? Mayor Pro Tem?
Maybe after this, maybe no one will answer this, but The insurance, defense matter. We're working at an increased, rate for our insurance. And I'm wondering what, how soon those things will be resolved? Do we expect them to be within this budget cycle? And then how long does it usually take for that rate to be?
So that's based off risk and they use an aggregate of 3 years and that's kind of how they determine the rate for that. But we're still being insured, but I don't know if we'll see a decrease, but it might not increase at the rate of 10%.
We're doing better.
Do we expect to have the current cases resolved within this budget cycle by 2028?
Some of them quite possibly. Obviously, there are several. And, you know, who knows, we would certainly expect there would be more coming on the way because of the litigious nature of our society, but you know, one thing that has helped again reduce costs has been that efficiency of focusing our outside insurance counsel relationship on one firm, one lead person, so that there's high level communications that direct the flow of that litigation much more efficiently than with the multiple firms that MML is using.
Councilmember Phillips? Maybe more of a comment than a question for now, but you know, as the tenants' rights committee starts meeting, besides updating ordinances, you know, one of the things we should look at is for fees and fines as well as a way to recoup, because I imagine that committee will want to do an outreach campaign at some point to tenants based on our existing ordinances and our non-discrimination ordinance to pursue you know, issues with landlords that arise. So I'm just saying it might be good forward thinking to consider that as part of the legal budget as well, because there might be more litigation around tenant stuff in the future.
Any additional questions for Attorney Barker? All right, thank you.
Next, I'd like to welcome Reagan up to the podium for the finance, treasury, and assessing.
Good
evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council. This will be my department's report or budget. Okay, so the contents will be, we're gonna be looking at our organizational chart, responsibilities of each division, and then the budget that we discuss. So the finance department operates under the direction of our city manager and is led by the finance director and treasurer. The department is organized into 3 divisions that support the city's financial operations and services. So we have the finance division. It's led by our accounting supervisor with a support from an accountant and 2 finance generalists. On the treasury division, it's staffed by 1 finance generalist, 2. And we also have an assessing division, which is provided through a contract with WCA for a professional assessing service. These are the responsibilities for each division. The finance division manages the city's core financial operations, including budgeting, accounting, payroll, accounts payable, financial reporting, and audit coordination. The treasury division oversees cash management, revenue collection, tax billing and collection, accounts receivable, and other treasury functions that support the city's financial stability. The assessing division is responsible for property assessments administration, including assessments, valuation appeals, and compliance with state regulations. Together, these divisions help maintain financial accountability, operational stability, and service delivery to our residents. So for the budget requested, from a personnel standpoint, the department is maintaining same overall staffing level. However, there is a transition in our accounting supervisor position due to the current employee leaving the organization. This provides an opportunity for us to with the department's operational needs moving forward. The assessing division, the services are also proposed to continue through the current contracted arrangement, which remains in place through 2027 to 2028. And prior to the contract expiration, the city will evaluate future operational needs and service delivery options. So key operating expenditures continue to include audit services, professional development and training, and membership in professional organizations that support compliance, financial reporting, and municipal finance best practices. Overall, the proposed budget focuses on maintaining core financial operations, compliance, and service delivery while supporting long-term organizational stability. So revenue. You'll see here the interest earnings of the city, which the city handles under our treasury division. And you'll see here that the largest fluctuation shown relates to the investment earnings in prior years. So in prior years, interest earnings remained relatively modest due to lower market rates. However, beginning in fiscal year 2023, higher interest rates allowed the city to generate stronger returns on invested cash balances. You'll see there the jump from 22 to 23. So while these earnings have helped support overall city operations, it is important to recognize that investment returns are market driven and may fluctuate depending on economic conditions and our cash availability. In addition to investment activity, the department also receives approximately 50,000 annually in charges for services, primarily related to services provided to our fire and police pension board and from the DDA intergovernmental agreement. So overall, these revenues help support administrative and financial operations while reducing pressure on our general fund. This slide summarizes the proposed expenditures for the finance department. So the largest portion of the budget continues to be our personnel-related costs within the accounting and finance division, which supports the department's core financial operations, reporting, budgeting, payroll, and compliance functions. The increase in this area is related to wage adjustment, benefit costs, and maintaining operational support across the organization. Treasury expenditures remain relatively stable and continue to support tax collection, receipting, customer service, and cash management operations. Assessing expenditures primarily reflect the contracted assessing service agreement, which I've said a while ago will be until 27-28. So overall, the proposed budget reflects continuous focus on maintaining our core financial service.
Thanks, sir. Questions for Reagan? Councilman McQueen?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Reagan. Can you talk a little bit about accounts receivable? What are most of those? How much do we have at any given point in time? And what on a given day, what percentage of those would be over 90 days past due?
So with regards to accounts receivable, we don't really have much that we have outstanding. So most of our accounts receivable probably are parking related. Some receivables from our employees who have availed of our insurance, especially from our retirees. But it's not a significant amount.
What about overtime?
Overtime in our department, none.
None.
So most of us there are salaried. We do work longer hours, but
Appreciate that.
it's part of the job.
Questions for Reagan? Councilmember Simmons?
Thank you. I was wondering, so in the chart where it was showing some of the different salary changes. So I noticed there was a salary jump of almost 100,000. From 25, 26 to 26, 27. I wondered about that, and then under treasury, I thought there were some bits, and I wasn't sure, I wanted to know about what those are related to.
So for the salaries, it's some of this, I think we did some reallocations, but it's mostly for some of the increases are mostly from the benefit increases for our insurance. With regards to operating expenses, you see there's a dip under treasury, and that's mostly from our software. Because what we do is we do allocate based on the number of employees, and we did allocate some of our, like, we did split some of our treasury positions, like our treasury now with our accountant to their serves under the clerk's office, and then also my department. So that's only 50% of their salary.
Okay, and so then I guess. With this, if this kind of 100,000 primarily around benefits, is this something that now we're seeing across all of the.
So for the salaries, we did calculate that on based on the rate of inflation. And also it depends on how many employees are there in that department. So for this one, there's I hope for finance and accounting and finance.
Further questions for Reagan?
Yeah, I guess just related, it might be nice to see a breakdown of like what all that is for the increases.
Okay.
Just like a little bit more detail.
What did you?
So I will say that the benefits, and I don't know if council recalls this, but they did increase 20% this year. And in previous years, we weren't seeing that big of a jump, and at times they were even decreasing. So that's a lot of the cause of that, but we can probably go through the finance department and do salary benefits per employee.
Thanks, Reagan.
Next, I'd like to welcome our HR director, Rachel Bragg, to the podium.
Hello. Okay. Okay, so can you hear me? All right, so the HR department consists of myself. And then we have a human resource assistant, which is Janelle Osborne. Janelle Osborne is also the assistant for the Fire Police Pension Board, so that's very helpful, just to let you know. I guess it's a department of 2. And then this is just our FTEs for 2025, 2026, just to show you that we are actually 89% fully staffed, as opposed to last year, we were 85%. And we haven't even reached the half point of this year, so I think we're trending upward. If you see the vacant positions, police is half from last year. And I think I expect it to be fully staffed by the end of the year. And then DPW is also lower, but they have seasonal laborers and event attendants and the heavy equipment operators. I think those would be filled in by the end of the month. We're actively doing interviews for those positions.
And then so what's new? Our building department has added a housing inspector. Our DPW department has added a new supervisor position. And then YPD has added a deputy police position. They added that to their head count. And cost wise, just to give you numbers, most of my budget is new hires. So if you look at the cost of background checks is across the board $18. For a firefighter, a drug screen is $131. Same for police and same for non-union. However, for DPW, those who have CDLs, the cost is $171 for the physical and drug screen, only because they have requirements that they need to do during their drug screen. Background investigation, police does it in-house, their detectives go out and do those investigations. However, we do hire Dameron and Associates for our fire, and that is $1,500 per new hire. And then police and fire need to do entry-level psych evaluations. Both of those are $600 per person. And so if you look total for one firefighter, it would be $2,249. Total for one police officer, $749. Total for one DPW employee is $189, and total for one non-union employee is $149. If you look at last year, we had one firefighter, so total was $2,249. We had 10 police officers, so total was $7,490. EPW has 7 new hires, total was $1,323. And then non-union, we had 17 new hires, which was $2,533. So last year, in new hire cost alone, it was $13,595. That doesn't include posting positions, and then, you know, the vendors that we use. We have yearly budgets that we have to pay out for that. So this is just a new hire, background, drug screening, psyche.
Can I ask one question now?
Yeah, I was gonna tell.
So yeah, with the background investigation fee for the firefighters, is that something we could do in-house at the YPD?
It's not, you said with YPD? To do it is, they're not fully staffed to go out, cause they go to each place of employment and view the file. Dameron Associate actually calls people, friends, family, people that they work with. He's more extensive with his background check. Police, I don't see that they are fully staffed to do a firefighter background check.
Might be a cost savings thing to consider, given that, you know, if we're hiring, we got the fire chief.
I'm waiting for my hands.
Yeah, thanks, chief.
So the background checks for us, like I said, are very extensive, and in the past, police have not had the ability to do that, the time and the personnel. So we found a person that does that. He did these for the Washington County Sheriff's Department. He's retired. He's continued to do that as a private business. So that being said, us being fully staffed now, unless something happens or someone leaves, which I don't anticipate for a few years now, there's not going to be any cost in that to do that. So it's only when there's a need. Fully staffed, there's no need.
Thank you.
I think, was it a Councilman Simmons, did you have a question in addition for that, or was it about the backgrounds?
I have other ones, but that was, I can wait.
Okay.
Tell that.
Okay, and then just to give you a chart, so in 2024, it shows you that we pretty much hired the same amount of people that left. And then last year, we had a lot of retirees and then other employees who decided to seek employment elsewhere. So that chart is a little bit higher, just to show you our personnel head count over the years. And then the last slide is just our part-time positions, which shows that council, crossing guards, event attendees, our park ridge personnel, and then our records clerk at the PD. Our part-time and seasonal would be the Rutherford Pool,
lifeguards, and we have a temporary seasonal laborer for DPW. That is all I have, so, oh, we do not do overtime.
She said, I.
Yeah, right, this is right. But yeah, what questions did you have?
My question, I think we, this is every year about, exit interviews when people are leaving, and how, are you all compiling that data? What are you seeing? Or,
So yes, we do exit interviews. We've gone to electronic because, you know, people don't want to come in person and do them. It's still not a lot of people wanting to do them. We've done like a culture survey. So trying to catch people before they decide to leave. And it wasn't really money with the culture survey, it was just the culture. But exit interviews, when we do get them, it's just money, better opportunity. But yeah, it's not very many people doing those. Cause we just send a link, and if they do it, they do it. If they don't, they don't.
do we ask questions about the experience of onboarding?
We do, before the exit interview, like a month after a new hire starts, we send out a electronic survey for them to complete, but again, it's not mandatory. I don't even think we've gotten one back. I mean, yeah, I don't see that we've gotten one back.
Yes, well, first when I saw the chart that was hired and termed, and then yes, so.
Which one, this one?
No, yes. And so my first question was kind of just like, what is termed? Is it just they leave, or is it? So I know you said something about retiring.
We were retired.
Okay.
We left the city.
And then I was just trying to figure out this relationship between them. And so you were saying that in 2025, that we just had a lot more people leaving or retiring than we were hiring.
Right. But this year we had 89% fully staffed, so we're pretty much caught up. I just didn't show this year because it's not over and it wouldn't be an accurate chart.
Okay, great, thanks.
Other questions for Rachel? Councilmember Clayton?
Hey, Mayor, can I just ask how you calculate that 89%? Is it, do you identify it by month, or is it point in time?
Oh, no, by just head count for the year.
So whatever number of positions, when you check it, we have, and whatever percentage of people are in positions
At that time.
at that time.
So this was done maybe 2 weeks ago for last year. So for the whole year, that was the head count, and then I just divided by how many we had fully staffed and part-time.
Okay. Do you have a sense for, even if you don't have data, do you have a sense for whether that 89% is where we stand most of the time through the year, or there ebbs and flows?
I wouldn't say where we stand most of the time, because we're not even halfway through and we're at 89%. And then we're expecting, actually, one position that was on there they were recently hired for the DPW for their supervisor position. And then we're interviewing for the event attendees. I believe it was 2 positions left for that. And then there is the crossing guards, but because the school year is about to end, we won't go back to interviewing until the beginning of next year. So, I mean, I see it's going up in our percentage.
I think my only other question, is just an update on the deputy police chief position. I know maybe that'll come up in Chief Anderson's, presentation, but.
It's a head count, that's all I can tell. We got it in our head count, so.
Okay.
Yeah, you'll probably hear it in different presentation.
All right. Thank you, Rachel. What, community services?
Good evening, council.
Hey, Joe.
How are y'all? So, just to kind of start, the community services department is not asking for anything drastic this year. There's one new position which we'll get to. But essentially, we're gonna increase the fees that we've collected for building permits. And the planning permits, obviously, because we've had a really busy year. Busier than we probably have ever had. So the past 2 years have been extremely busy. So we've been seeing additional permits for those, but that's really the only changes from beginning of this year to where how we're ending up. So no increases in expenditures, only increases in revenues. As far as kind of what we're looking at, we're looking for one new building inspector / rental inspector in the building department. This will not have any effect on the general fund because our building department is in its own separate fund. However, with the changes coming from the city attorney, right now they're currently being reviewed by, or they will be reviewed by the is that the tenants ad hoc committee. We are recommending, based on all of the issues we've had at a certain Ward 2 apartment complex, and then also we're starting to see some issues in some Ward 1 apartment complexes, go to annual rental inspections for all units above 2 units. So right now it's every 2 years. We've done a really good job catching up to where everyone's pretty much being inspected every 2 years. And if we're gonna add it, go down from 2 years to 1 year, that's not a whole lot more. So we're definitely gonna staff to that. Our goal will be to have that person, if not trained to be a building inspector, to be able to be trained. So they always have a builder's license, so we can get them trained up to be a building inspector. Not that that would change much of our contractual services, it should bring it down a little bit, but it would allow us to be more nimble and do some quicker inspections on certain projects that needed. And so it'd be more of a backup, but that's kind of the request. That's the only major request for that. We are in the process of putting out an RFP for our master plan update that is required by state law to be done every 5 years, and we're at that point. But this isn't gonna be a drastic overhaul, it's gonna be a pretty decent update. We're thinking that's probably gonna cost about $100,000. And we will be requesting a $50,000 grant from the state in order to help pay for that. Obviously, with going to annual rental inspections, we will be increasing the revenue. There will be a little bit of increase in our staffing costs. But we will be able to reduce some of our contractual services down as an expenditure in the building department due to the ability to hopefully have a trained building inspector that can do some of those inspections. We also this year are starting to budget for communications. I think, and I hope that everyone here thinks that what we've been doing in communications has been a substantial improvement to what we've ever done. Last year we decided, let's just go with it, take it out of the planning department's budget and figure that out. Now we have included a small $5,000 a year fee to actually pay for some of the communications and outreach that we're doing. I could not be more proud of that section of my department. I think they all deserve a lot of praise for what we've been able to do. We also have kind of divvied up our staffing to make sure it's being accounted for accurately. So right now in the building department, there's 2 secretaries, 2 rental inspectors, 1 building department manager, and we are requesting a new rental inspector / building department inspector. Code enforcement has 2 code officials that are also trained to do some rental inspections. However, they prefer the actual job of being a code enforcement officer, but they are able to do backup for that. In our planning department, we have 1 city planner, 1 preservation planner that was hired this year. We did have 1, our preservation planner left mid-year. We got a new preservation planner. You all met her, I think, at our last meeting, a couple meetings ago. She's doing awesome, but we had only about a 2-week gap in that department. We have community economic development, which is 0.5 communications, 0.5 community development manager. Oh no, sorry. Katie is half of that, which is communications, community development, and equity manager. And then we have half of Danya, who also helps the DDA part-time. Communications, we have half of Katie, half of JD, who also supports city manager, and then we have me. So that's kind of our whole department. Like I said, I think 1 staff That will not affect the general fund budget. To go off of, well,
Just so, cause I'm feeling confused.
Yeah.
So those two, are those like repeating, are those repeating because the same people are in those positions? Or are you saying that different people carry different hats across those different categories?
as with everything in the city of Ypsilanti, we all wear multiple hats, so those are not the same two people. So the first one is Danya and Katie, for community and economic development. Is half position for Danya, half position for Katie. For communications, it's half position Katie, half a position JD. Well, I don't know if any of you've gotten to each JD before.
Yeah, ladies are.
Yeah, so I think most of you know it, actually. And so Katie is the same person in both of those. Diane and JD are the other two halves.
So Katie's position is composed of half communications, half community development. And then JD is half communications, half city manager
Mhm.
budget, and then Danya is half DDA, half
Community
community assistant.
And then also to add even more confusion, Diane spends about 5 to 10 hours a week doing communications as part of community development.
But that's in this community development.
So I'm just gonna, I guess, yeah, it's for half.
Yeah,
It's a big thought.
it's just, yeah.
Yeah.
But everybody's full-time, all of
Everyone is full-time.
Yes.
And to kind of pre-answer your question, almost every one of my staff works overtime every single week. There's no budget for it because basically the staff that works overtime are all salary employees.
Absolutely.
I understand it's a lot. I can.
Well, because I'm looking at this community development equity manager, that's just Katie.
That's
Yes,
Katie.
but it's in two different categories.
Yes, because her position is split between the planning department, which is one budget,
Oh,
And
I see.
communications, which is a second.
All right, thank you. That's, okay, I got you.
I tried like 4 different ways to make this work, and I just figured writing it out was the easiest way.
I think you had a table the last time and you were trying to explain it to us.
And it didn't work, and so that's why I just did this. Once again, as with every department in the city, and I think every department head sitting here understands. And in some bigger cities, department heads are more, overseeing the department. Every one of us are working department heads. We have a task to do and we do it. It's not, none of us are able to do that. We all wear multiple hats and do multiple things. And I think we all enjoy that actually.
Yeah, I'm going to engage the folks in all the roles.
Like I said, not too many changes this year in the budget. Obviously, the master plan. And the communication department being split and some of the staffing being split. So if you see some changes in our staffing counts, our staffing numbers, it's because we actually are trying to align the exact staff budget. Bottom line budget isn't changing from last year. Outside of the any sort of increase that is received, but it is kind of equalized to where it needs to be accounted for, especially with the building department being its own separate fund. One thing you also saw at our meeting a little over a month ago, vacant and dangerous buildings inspections have begun. We are actually starting to get our handle on vacant buildings, and we will be providing a lot more information to you as those come around, because we do want to see our buildings sit vacant and not be productive when we have a housing crisis.
Thank you. Questions for Joe? Councilor McLean?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Joe. Could you talk a little bit about the master plan process? You mentioned on the budget side, you're hoping to get money back from the state for that. How realistic is that expectation?
That
I
is,
hope.
I would say at 99%. Because we are redevelopment ready communities, we are able to get $50,000 every 5 years, every 3 years. To actually do a substantial amount of work. Obviously, that's not going to cover the whole master plan, and so that's why there is some money in the budget to do it. I feel very confident based on this city's relationship with the state, as well as our ability to our status as redevelopment ready.
Thank you, Mayor. What about the timeline? So talk a little bit about the timeline, the process,
Yeah, the timeline process, realistically, there's gonna be some public engagement as there we try to do a lot, but right now we're just finalizing some of those things, which is why the RFP hasn't gone out. We're hoping that it would probably be about this. We don't want to just do the summer, because obviously want the students to be involved, but kind of summer, early fall to do the engagement and then wrap it up probably 2027, hopefully for the end of the budget year. To actually get that work done. And so it's not gonna be super long because we're not gonna do a substantial over, like, who here remembers Shape FC? Shape FC was a huge process that actually went through a bunch of county funding and state funding. And it was a really good process, and they did a lot of amazing things. And so because of that, we really haven't looking at the documents, our needs might have changed a little bit. That's why we have to do the engagement, but the actual overall, I don't want to say the text, because the text needs to be updated, but the overall, meat and potatoes of the master plan is still relatively good. Now we could have our consultant say, this is trash, throw it out, but we do think that we're gonna be able to actually use at least some portions of it. It's not like our need to two-way the roads has changed, right? It's not like the need to improve our parks has changed. So there's a lot of things in there that we know. There's a lot of things in there that we need. So we are trying to figure out a way to use staff as much as we can without reverting them to do some of the engagement, and we're just trying to tweak the final details in order to do that. Although I was relatively hopeful after attending a planning conference and talking to some of the consultants, what they actually think the ballpark for master plans of the city our size would be, and I do think we're pretty good at that.
Last question on this. At the same time that you do this or soon thereafter, do you do also an implementation plan?
The implementation plan is in the master plan.
Or no?
Yes. So, yes. Is the answer to that.
Councilor King?
Just a few questions. One, when the attorney gave his presentation, he did mention we allow some stuff as the city to fester. So one thing you mentioned was doing annual rental inspection. Is that something that's already in process, or are you working on that?
So the city attorney has drafted the language. He's putting on the finishing touches. It will be reviewed at the tenants rights ad hoc committee, and it will come to you where he's at. I think it'll be
July.
So we are in the process of writing that. So it's pretty much drafted based on all of the issues we've had. While we do have some really good landlords who actually maintain their properties very well, we have some that are not. And so instead of going in every 2 years to see if what's somebody covered up, doing it annually, I think we'll give our residents a little bit of peace of mind that we are taking it seriously. And hopefully, if we see that it's becoming irrelevant, which I don't think it will ever become irrelevant, we could go back to 2 years and we could change the ordinance, but based on the last 2 years, I don't think we want to get into a situation like we did again.
And I know it's not many other things listed here, but is there anything else that you may want to work on in the future, again, to prevent some of the stuff that our attorney talked about?
There's always things that I want to be working on, obviously, but I think that we have a really good building department manager who understands the building code and is able to train our building department staff better than I've ever seen. And so long as we can actually make sure that our rental staff understand the building code as well as the rental code, that's really important. And we're doing that. Trey Barker, when are we planning on proposing the tenants' rights? Or the updates to chapter 18? The council.
Well, it'll be chapter 18, chapter 58. I guess they'll go hand in hand. The ad hoc committee tenants' rights is meeting, I believe, again.
29th.
The 29th, that's correct, yeah. So I've created a general summary that they've requested of where I stand on the project. It's a years-long project. that you and Mr. Dunham would have been instrumental in helping develop. Dedicated product for the council and the committee to assist council in implementing. But I'm thinking probably sometime next month.
June, July. And just, sorry, to kind of, to finish my train of thought. I would say continuing to train our staff. And so that, like, the training in the budget is essential. I want to make sure that my staff understand how to interpret codes, making sure that we're doing the best the best practices, statewide and nationally. And so, really, that's what I would like to see next year, is just continuing to make sure my staff is going to training. I think for the first time since I've been here, all of my inspectors will be going to a training, at least one annually, which we haven't really had training budgets up until this year. And so it's been really positive to see my staff actually go to training and get something.
And I may have missed this part, but you said there's a new rental inspector. Do we already have that job posted, or when will it be posted?
So it'll be posted once the budget is approved. So the budget for this position has not been approved. We are requesting it with the assumption that if council authorizes the annual rental inspectors, we're gonna need to have at least one more staff, and we're gonna evaluate it, because I know in talking to council members, I know Mayor Pro Tem Wilcox has brought this up before, we don't wanna get behind again. And if we add double the inspections, we're gonna have to make sure we're doing that. We also can't burn out our employees. But all of those positions have been and will be solid. So.
So my last question is about the vacant building inspection. How long have we not done those? And can you talk a little bit about what that means so the public knows what's coming?
Yeah, so we have never, up until this year, done vacant building inspections. We have done dangerous building inspections, but not vacant, and because we never had the staff or the wherewithal to really tackle it. So now, if your building is vacant, or usually longer than 90 days, or if we've seen that it's vacant before then, you will be sent a notice saying, hey, here's a registration for vacant building or vacant building. And if you don't fill that out, we then send somebody out there to do the inspections. You do fill it out, we schedule inspection with you. And then you'll be charged for that inspection, as well as, unless we're completely off base. And sometimes when property gets sold, there is a bit of a vacancy, and that doesn't really count. But usually if the building is vacant for a period of time, you will get a notice, we'll do an inspection, and then depending on how that works, there could be an escrow levied in case there are issues in the past. Or, sorry, there are issues in the future. When the building becomes unvacant, you can request that escrow money back.
And is that going to be for homes and businesses?
Yes.
Thank you.
Councilman Fellows? Yeah, regarding that, so you said that this hasn't been done before, but we do have that vacant buildings map. Was that populated outside of?
That, no,
this
so,
project?
sorry, until this year, it had not been
That's a new map.
done. That is a new map,
Okay,
yes.
so,
The dangerous buildings map, which like I said, I'm working on a bunch of maps for you all, because I think maps are the easiest way, but I also want to make them interactive, because I do think some of this information isn't just a secret thing that we hand out outside. We want to publish them on our website. And so we're working on trying to get a lot of this information in digital form on our website. But we had not done the vacant buildings inspections before due to staffing capacity. With bringing on Mr. Dunham, we've been able to do that. And then we've trained our code enforcement officers to be able to actually inspect these vacant and dangerous buildings.
great, so we'll keep building out that map, it sounds. And then you said that if someone doesn't respond to a notice, then you go and inspect anyway. How does that work?
So it's done from the street level to see if it's vacant, and what we're seeing, we judge on our observations. And then we determine if it's vacant or not, and then we send another notice kind of saying what our determination is. And then if it is dangerous, then it goes through the dangerous buildings process, which you guys will saw at the very end of that. I will say, one of the maps I'm working on, I don't know how long it's gonna take me, but I'm in the process of working on it, is showing what buildings have been deemed dangerous. And then what has happened to them. Well, some have been torn down, a lot of them have been rehabbed over the life of the vacant dangerous building ordinance. So that will be coming to you soon.
For vacant buildings, when the escrow is levied, how is that collected if we're not getting communication?
So it will then come to you, I believe, again, it'll be the first meeting in June. If we have levied these fines and they go unpaid, they get assessed to the taxes. And so I think it's the first meeting in June that you'll be. Right now, the dangerous buildings and some vacant buildings fees that have been levied. And not paid.
Thank you. Any other questions for Joe? Thank you.
Thank you.
Council, next is Chief Hobbs with ARPA.
Good evening. Mayor and council, how you guys all doing today? Right into it. All right, we'll start with organizational chart. Obviously, myself being the chief, it's suppression and administration. You know, myself, the fire marshal is under over prevention, and I have an executive assistant who's also under administration. Everything else falls under suppression. We have 3 captains, 3 lieutenants, 5 firefighters per shift, 3 shifts, so 21 total in suppression and 3 administration, 24 total in the department. So I'll start out with the expenses that we control it for each section. For fire suppression, operating supplies, that includes basically everything that runs the department on a daily basis, and that's $14,000. And that's no increase, the same as last year. Self-contained breathing apparatus, that's $9,000 a year. That includes inspections, maintenance, parts replacement, all related to our SCBA's, our breathing apparatus, your cascade system. That's no increase. And actually, my captain is in the process of right now writing a grant for additional SCBA's. Turnout gear and uniforms, $30,000 a year. That's no increase. That's a personal protection gear replacement, cleaning and maintenance. Everyone's required to have 2 sets of gear, and so that's where that cost comes in, and that's no increase. Repair and maintenance of EMS, $17,000 a year. That includes all medical supplies, life bands, medical waste services, EMS credits, department state licensures, et cetera, that are related to emergency medical services. That's no increase, still $17,000. Contractual services through HVA is $70,000. That's a $4,000 increase. That increases approximately 8 to 10% every year because they take their increases their salaries. I've done this before, and they share that cost with everybody that uses their services. So there's an annual increase, and then as our run volume increases, we get charged per call. So as those increase as their salaries increase, and there's more shared costs. And as our run volume increasing, our run volume increasing. So professional development, that's $30,000. That's no increase. That includes all training, classes, materials, and continuing education credits. The fruits of that labor is our ISO score, which is now 2. That we've been getting a lot of publicity off of. As you guys let us increase that number, we maintain that. We do not only our continuing education credits, we increase our training. So, for example, I'm not related to anything in particular. We are in the process. We created a swiftwater rescue team related to a recent incident. I have a committee. We're looking at that. We're going to have to probably purchase $8,000 in equipment. It's going to be roughly $1,000 a person for training, so that's another roughly $30,000. So we're also working with our automatic mutual aid partners to include Ann Arbor Township in this one because on the east side of the county, that service is lacking. So it's going to be Ypsi City, Ypsi Township, Superior Township, Ann Arbor Fire, Ann Arbor Township Fire, and we're looking at creating basically an east side water rescue division. And so we've already had our initial meeting. We've already got our outline set how to do that. So we're working on those things. And there's going to be that $30,000 is going to come and cover those costs. We're also gonna write a grant for equipment out of that also. So we'll see how that goes. Fire suppression equipment, $20,000. I can't see all that, but various equipment, hose bed, dividers, sensors, crime scene tape, foam, pretty much everything comes under that out of that services. So let's go to the next one and we'll keep going when we answer questions at the end of it. For our fire administration, we got office supplies, $3,000. That's no increase. Obviously that speaks for itself. Postage, $200, no increase, speaks for itself. Contractual services, that's a $2,000 increase. That includes lawn services, plumbing, appliance repair, etc. And as other people increase their cost to us, we have to increase our cost to paying these people that come in and do these things. Professional development, that's $10,000, that's no increase. And like I said, that includes classes, conferences for myself, the fire marshal. Fire marshal Pope does an excellent job. He's got all the certifications. He runs the fire inspection education department, public education supplies, and all the equipment that he does. He needs to do arson investigation. He also does the arson investigation. So that includes my cost for professional development conferences and things like that. Because both of us, we have to maintain our continuing education. I have to go to conferences. He has to go to conferences. And office equipment rental, $2,000. Speaks for itself again. Water dispenser, printers increased due to need to replace the officer's printer. We actually just bought the new officer's printer, so that's probably going to go away. Instead of having a contract for a printer company that was going to be $4,000 for a printer and like a certain dollar amount per month, I just bought a printer for $500 and we'll maintain them. So that was kind of ridiculous. So next one is memberships and dues. That's $5,000. And I'm not gonna go through all our memberships and dues, but that cost is due to, there's certain organizations we are required to be a part of as the chief of the organization and the fire marshal, and so we have to pay certain dues. Next. Building maintenance, it kind of ties into the building assessments that we had done. I try to identify things that need to be done on this one. That dorm window is there. They're putting it in this week. They should have it completed by Wednesday. And then I still got the mezzanine work to be done. And there's a lot of work throughout the building, and a lot of that will probably come up under capital improvements. I have a list of things I want to get accomplished. The motor pool, that's $100,000. That is basically truck maintenance or repair. And we are doing that every year. And I'm telling Captain Schultz is in charge of our truck maintenance, nothing but things that are broken right now, because every year we hit that number and we're like right there. And I'm trying not to exceed that number. So if it's not broken, we're not gonna fix it till the end of the year. And then basically we've already worked to accomplish these things to being compliant with NFPA 1911. We have, you guys already approved the purchase of the aerial apparatus and the replacement schedule for engine 3. That being said, we still have grants pending for both of these vehicles, and hopefully we'll get some relief before those purchases are actually made. Questions?
Questions for Chief?
Can I go back to the background checks?
Yes.
Sure.
So with Jim Demmer in the background checks, he was extremely thorough. And we had discussed that cost, but I didn't want to change it while we were currently filling positions, because I wanted to make it consistent. I don't want things to be inconsistent. My guys talk. I don't want someone to say, well, we went back to my high school gym teacher, but not yours. So, but that guy's that thorough. So we have talked about maybe he doesn't need to be that thorough to be a firefighter. He does it like he's hiring for a police agency or FBI or government or something. All right, it doesn't have to be that thorough, and we discussed that with him, but that's a process we kept up to this point. So that cost would probably will gotta reduce in the future. Go ahead.
Yeah, I appreciate that background, and it makes sense. That seems like a lot to go through for the fire position. Maybe it's something to consider changing, since it seems like our staffing capacity for the police department has increased. since they've made more hires, so maybe that can come in-house if they have capacity to do that, but. You said you won't need to do this for a while, so this might be a
I think we
good.
got a pretty good, yeah, group
So it'd be
right
good.
now. I don't see anybody leaving right now,
Uh-huh.
so I think we're solid.
Okay, it could be a good time to transition that to in-house services then.
Yeah. And that would be a question for the police department.
Thanks, Sam.
I'm just curious about how you keep operational costs. I mean, it's been like, some of them, you know, they go up and. Notice that, but.
I spend it like it's my own, in the first city before.
Yeah.
I just, just spending, just be spending. I shop, I go to Sam's and I shop, and I buy the supplies, I compare prices, I go on Amazon, if something's cheaper than the other, I shop.
You know, for the first slide, there was only one increase for contractual services, which was.
And this has been consistent under your leadership, so.
Yeah, we don't make.
It's amazing.
You do have the tower.
Yeah, that's not hard.
But you're just gonna have to.
That's
at some point
required,
or
that's
another,
required,
you
I'm hoping
can't.
we get a grant there somewhere, so.
I don't know, maybe you could take that on. You don't think that that's a new skill for you?
They gonna build a tower truck? Okay.
Okay.
I mean, I think that.
I'm waiting for that overtime question. All right, here we go. So back in under Chief Roberts, our overtime was roughly $250,000. All right, now we're averaging about $150,000. It used to be tracked two different ways, extra duty and overtime. Overtime is everything that's related to staffing and staffing shortages and the extra duty. The overtime is everything else. Those of you look at ours and you break it down, things that go into that cost are salary increases. You got an increase in salaries. You got people on that go off on maternity leave. You have training, you have callbacks, holdovers. We always have people in the military, and we've had somebody leave the military. We got like an entire year. I have someone in the military now that's probably gonna. He's looking at that leaving again for 6 months to a year. So you gotta have that gap, and so that military leave that creates shortages. You have people. I have two people right now, one on light duty and one that's off on an OJI. And so all those things go into those factors. So then I did the math real quick for you. So if you take that 150,000, you divide it by the 23 people that are eligible to work overtime, it comes to about $6,800 a year. And that includes training and everything else. So it's not excessive in my opinion.
I appreciate it.
Look, hey, T, I said, I got you, plus the numbers, I got them for you.
You remember my last question from last year? You know what I'm gonna ask? Think,
Last question.
you know, it's no mow May. Are we mowing that lawn?
All right.
Yeah, and paying a contractor to do it.
It's actually, go back to buying, it's actually cheaper for us to contract the Hilltop to do that. And I did. I can provide you a contract, Hilltop is not excessive, it's not that much. They do a great job, and I'm part of those.
I bet there's somebody that put a butterfly garden on there for you.
Every year. Anything else for party jobs, Councilman Fellow?
Yeah, related to the tower one being replaced, I see that the plan is that, engine 3 will be 20 years old in 2031, which isn't too far away. And last year, you and another fire department staff gave a really comprehensive explanation of what's happened to the fire truck kind of market and how it's been completely enclosed and monopolized. Is there any updates to what's happening with the
There's an
market?
ongoing lawsuit against Rev Group, who's that company that went in and bought all those companies and drove the price up, but it's ongoing, it's still ongoing right now.
Okay, so it's possible that this situation might change by 2031.
It's possible, I don't like to put the horse in front of the cart there, in front of the horse. City manager wrote a grant, there for government spending appropriations through Gary Senator Peters' office. And I got a call today and we made it to the first stages of that. And it looks real good that we might get that. We'll know probably in September.
Oh,
So that would cover the cost of engine 3. I got a
Okay.
phone call today. I don't want to get.
That's great news. I thought-
But we're looking really good right now.
That's great news, because I was saying we probably have to develop plans, it's like
Yeah. Looking real good. The guy's name, the doing this thing is Ben McMurray. He called me today. And he said, we're looking pretty good for that. So that'd be great.
How much is the grant, is it?
1.1 million.
Okay.
The cost of engine 3.
Any other questions for the fire chief Hobbs? Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Up next, I'd like to call up Chief Anderson for Police Department.
Good evening, Frank.
You, Eric, you, awesome. So our first slide, some of the goals we focused on were improving infrastructure, increasing staffing capacity and training and development. So this is just our organizational chart here. As you can see, we're broken up into 2 teams. Basically, we have an admin lieutenant currently, a lieutenant over each platoon, and then a patrol sergeant today, patrol sergeant nights. On the B side, the sergeant on days, sergeant on nights. The detective bureau, we have a sergeant, 2 detectives, and 4 officers on each team. And then we have kind of like our special units or community engagement, those allocations for overlap shifts for officers. So current staffing is, currently we have 2 vacancies. There's 31 on staff currently, and then this year so far, we've hired 9 officers, and we anticipate within 2 weeks, five officers will be actually coming to road patrol to help out. Actually, will be in the building. I didn't put many numbers on here because nothing's increasing in the budget from last year. We haven't actually, I'll speak on the deputy chief there's spoke about. Just with our capital improvements, I'm gonna show you, I showed you this picture last year with the carpet on the wall. Currently, that's not the best picture, but we have replaced it with paneling. I had to do the art myself. Very proud of that. I think Bonnie and DPW for assisting with us. I think we're pretty much complete with this project. There is 1 room left in the building that needs to have carpet removed, happens to be my office. So we're almost complete with the project. Again, with our fleet management, and I'll spend a little time here. So currently we still have 10 patrol vehicles, even with the vehicles that we had last year. We got rid of some of the older patrol vehicles and sold through auction. The goal is to replace our aging vehicles. I think right now we're right about 70,000 in repairs for our vehicles. That's tires, brakes, that's oil changes, and we can't really change the money that it costs to go to a repair shop. So that's why we're looking to do again, purchase 2 Dodge Durangos. Those are the most cost efficient or affordable vehicles. And then 2 vehicles that we're looking to get rid of is they're both 2020 Explorers. Issue with both of those vehicles, they both are over 80,000 miles. One of the vehicles is actually broken down now. But they've estimated me about a $6,000 repair price for the vehicle. My concern with that is I don't think we'll get $6,000 for it when we trade it at the auction. So trying to figure out, exactly what to do with that. That's the need and the urgency to replace these vehicles. And then the training and development. Again, every officer is mandated by the state to do and complete 24 training hours each year through various topics. We have community mental health coming into the station actually on Thursday to spend some time with the command staff, and then we'll conduct that training with patrol as well. This year, excuse my typo, this year we're doing also the de-escalation training, which is also a mandate with the state, and then it's also patrol tactics. So there's various courses that can go into that: patrol rifle, firearms. Those things kind of fall under patrol tactics. That's it. Any questions?
WG?
So the deputy chief position, I'd like to clarify we're not adding a position. We did explore and we still kept the 33. We just would have changed the position. But we're not conducting that right now. Not that we won't revisit it, but it was not an addition to the budget.
Thank you.
Sorry.
So. I see that we have 2 vacancies, so we're almost to full 33. Currently, how many officers, if we have any officers, are in field training?
Currently we have 3.
3 officers in field
Three.
training.
One is actually going to solo patrol this weekend. And the other 2, we anticipate they're in their shadow phase. So that's pretty much the last. They're finishing the 3rd phase.
Okay. And also for the 2 vacancies, do we have individuals in the academy that we're looking at to fill in, or are we still searching out for those?
So we just put some people, in the Washtenaw Academy. There's another Washtenaw Academy that starts in October.
Okay.
We're gonna start interviewing for that academy. There's also another academy that at Oakland Community College that I believe starts in August.
Perfect, thank you.
Yeah, I see that, there's a discrepancy between the staff, you said 2 vacancies here, and with the HR presentation, it said 7. So is that just like up to?
It included crossing guard, it didn't include just the police, it was other people too. Sorry.
I'm gonna repeat it on the mic. You said it didn't include just the police, it included other positions like crossing guards.
Right.
And things like that.
Yeah, I was asking, I'm sorry.
Sure.
In my presentation, so I'm just including actual uniform sworn positions.
It's the, okay. And I think, with this presentation, what would be helpful is to have the budget kind of breakdown, just as like the chief Hobbs did and other departments did. I would like to see how the money's being spent and how much it is, especially for residents that are looking at the budget.
Hi, Chief, appreciate your presentation, appreciate your work. Talk a little bit about your building. You showed the walls and you took carpet off the walls. What's your assessment of that building in the long term? In terms of what we ought to be thinking about in future years' budgets.
I would say, within that building obviously was constructed, I believe 1950, way before I was born or thought of. I would say in the next 10 years, they has to probably have these serious conversations about the police building. I think some of the things you alluded to is what we're running into is with every passing day, there's something called CJIS, just criminal justice information systems. They regulate kind of security systems for police departments. And basically our building will probably not pass some of these audits just because how it's constructed. And I think the building, was constructed, like I said, many, many decades ago. I think it's kind of outgrown with some of the changes, and we've kind of outgrown that building with some of the changes to the law, the various laws. And we did put new cameras on the building in the last couple months. It's kind of unheard of for a police department not to have reliable cameras. That's something that we have to have because we're keeping ammunition, a lot of private files, right, sensitive data. So having those cameras were a big improvement. But I would say, I think at some point, definitely in the next decade, we have to look at other options for a police department because it would just get very difficult to pass some of the audits that will continue to increase and come from the state. It's fine.
Can I add on to that? What update on the flooding that was happening in the building?
So we're working to get some waterproofing done. I know we've got to have a meeting about that, but I anticipate here soon that we'll have that ironed out as well. And that's very important too, just because of the evidence room with the flooding, just how the building is constructed, right? If we have a flood in there, compromising, we lose the integrity of any, evidence that we have in there. That could be any type of case that's contaminated.
That was going to be my question as well. So, the other set of questions I have around training, you identified where you've got budget budgeted for the upcoming year. In your perfect world, would there be additional trainings if money were no object? Do you feel like your staff are getting your officers are getting the training that they need? Could they use more?
Absolutely. I think we definitely use more. It's just a challenge in being a small agency. Every time we send someone to training, that's backfilling, that's creating overtime. Try to focus to try to start to drive that overtime down, but it's difficult. And training just, complicates that process. With people, they contractually have vacation days or vacation weeks, other bid time off. So it definitely makes it a little difficult just to constantly send people to training. Because you got to backfill the spot for the road.
Alright, can I piggyback on your question again? I'm sure
Sure.
about training. What about opportunities for like train the trainers where maybe one person can go out and become a trainer for some particular topics and doing it like in-house at shift change or something?
Yep, that's what I've been doing. So our de-escalation trainers, we sent them out, free training, and it's a training program. They'll be able to come back. But again, the training is 8 hours. And we have to do it on a person's leave time. So we have to take a leave day away from them to come in to do the training. Well, we do, sorry, here we do some shift training that happen daily, but some of these other topics that's a little more, comprehensive, you need just a little more time.
Yes, thank you. This is one of the live questioning I had, which is around who does the trainings, and I'm also interested in what qualifies as de-escalation. I think that, some of these things I think probably it's different in different professions even, what that looks like. So for the kind of training that folks are getting, what does that look like?
So for the one training that I'm talking about, the de-escalation that we send people out for, I haven't actually went through the training myself, but it is through a best practice institution for law enforcement, and that's very important. It's actually through our police executive research forum, very highly reputable company, and some of the training is just talks about just responding to it, recognizing crisis, had the verbal judo that's kind of taught and used in law enforcement, trying to talk individuals down. There's a suicide, by cop block of it. So it's a wide range of topics. I think it's about 10 modules that's included in the training. And then you said for the mental health side of it, like I said, we're using community mental health this time around. But last year, we used D-Win, that's out of Wayne County, who taught mental health, about recognizing symptoms and things of mental health, even for the officers.
Further question for Chief Anderson?
Yeah. So I went back to the HR presentation. It says 5 vacancies for officers, 2 crossing guards. So
3 people were hired Friday. So I've averaged them before. We had 3 cadets hired on Friday, so that's the number.
And just to put that on the mic, 3 cadets were hired this past Friday.
Okay, as far as I know, this is the one department that does have a significant amount of overtime. So what was that dollar amount last year?
So last year, it's tough, brace yourself. Last year, we spent $471,000, few dollars off, but we spent that in overtime. This year so far, as of yesterday, we spent $323,000. One thing that impacts it, some of that is just some of the vacancies that were still open. Some of it is training. Some of that also is the special events and the community engagement that we get requested to attend. There's no way to take somebody in a lot of these instances off the road if we're already operating with 2 or 3 officers. So when people want an officer to attend, various events or some of parades or whatnot, it's a significant overhaul to the agency, and it costs, and especially when some of these events occur on holidays. There's just certain contractual provisions that the officers are entitled to
You
in
said,
terms of pay.
did you say 323,000 this year so far?
Yep, that's it.
Okay, we're in May. It would be good to have a list of what the special events are, that officers are being requested to go to. I know some of those things we've discussed at council as far as like, we're not gonna be paying for that as a fee waiver, but it sounds like there's other events happening that officers are being requested at, so if
Just get a rundown of that.
yeah, I need a rundown of like those events. And just to, I think in order for, I just wanna emphasize, like, in order for council to take this, you know, the budget of the police department all the way seriously, we need that breakdown of what the costs, you know, the expenditures are for our next session, I would say. So I'm requesting that of the city manager and you for that. Thank you. Was there anything?
Thank you, Mayor. Just connecting dots here, but I think is it safe to say that with full staffing or close to full staffing, we would expect in this upcoming budget year, see significantly less overtime?
Yes, sir, I believe so.
Further questions for Chief Anderson?
Y'all wanna talk about the background investigation, right?
Sure, they asked a question.
Okay, so we used to do backgrounds for the fire, I think a few other places in the city. I personally have been doing it for since 2017 when I was a sergeant. I would say we do the most, the police, make no doubt about it, we do a very expansive and comprehensive background investigation. We're mandated by the state. We go out, we check employers, we check families, we check the entire background, which maybe not needed for a firefighter per se, but our background, I would say the police background is probably the most detailed background just because of the checks and balances, if you will, with the state level. And I know the individuals they're using charges about $1,500. I think I have it down to, just in my time, typically a thorough background really takes about between 15 to 20 hours of actually working the background. In our department now, people, they have to do it. In some cases, it's done on overtime. Sometimes it's assigned to a detective, so it's not exactly a dollar amount, but it roughly costs us about $600 to do a background if I just pay a person overtime because they don't have the capacity to do it actually on the clock. So, just want to know.
So you could maybe do that.
You want me?
No, yeah, you personally, but in-house.
Yes, ma'am. I'm done with backgrounds.
Yeah, you said you did your time. All right.
Yep, absolutely.
Any additional questions for Anderson? Well, before you go, just want to, I don't, you weren't here when you folks were again singing praises of the department for their attentiveness to the community a few weeks ago. So just wanted to lift that up again and hope that you bring that back to the department because it thanks the community really appreciated their presence over the past several weeks. Well, some tragic situation.
Thank you, Mayor Brown. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Last department, is the Department of Public Works and Director Westler.
That's been a while. Annie does.
It's not as fun. Folks aren't fun.
I'll be here if you guys have questions.
Of course, yeah.
Council, before I starts, did you want department heads to hang out for the next section? Or can we release them? And then they can answer questions at the next meeting, whichever you would prefer.
So, yeah.
I think the questions, you want folks to stay? I mean, we've asked each one other than Bonnie questions about their budget so far.
Do they wanna stay with us?
No. I can answer that, no.
If they want to stay there more
They
than
would
welcome.
like to go home, I'm sure.
Enjoy your nights too. I hate to do this, but I don't think you'll be surprised if I say, it might help to have the finance director.
Oh, yeah, Reagan is.
And then that's not gonna go.
All right.
Sorry, Rick.
Reagan doesn't get paid overtime, just to get it.
So yeah, I figured others want to give you, you're welcome to go, like.
Made my point.
Thank you. All right, Pat Barney.
Good evening, council, mayor, it is lovely to see you guys again, very pleasure indeed. So,
You have had like.
there we are, all right. This is, well, we're all here. I believe most of you are pretty familiar with what the department does, themselves have look at this slide. Our funds and sources remain largely unchanged from previous years. We have the brand new Fund 541, which isn't going to be confused at all with Fund 514 parking or 641 motor pool. But 541 is going to be the forestry in the coming year. Here's our organizational chart. We are proposing a fourth supervisor. You heard Rachel allude to the fact that we'd already hired them. What that is actually is Supervisor Locke was hired as a prelude to one of our other supervisors retiring. So we have not officially yet added that fourth supervisor position. This is merely trying to overlap people in for an anticipated departure and capture some institutional knowledge before that's lost. We will be moving away from the end of this budget year. We currently have a 0.75 FTE individual who takes care of a lot of our signals and does a lot of our traffic counts and provides an aura to the office, which we appreciate. He's been with the office for about 55 years or so, plus or minus. Mr. Horton. He'll be leaving us at the end of this budget year, and we will be moving to contracted services largely for our signals. So that is kind of how we're rearranging things a little bit in order to have the budgetary room for that additional supervisor. That additional supervisor will also help us with some of our project load and capacity. So last year we had Isabel Bronia, our project manager, who was here half-time. She left last October for a full-time gig with Ellie Cham, oddly enough. We have not really been able to fill her shoes, and so we've been lagging on some other projects. We did try and we tried out some other solutions with some part-time contracted help. It hasn't really been able to fill the gap. We do need somebody full-time able to work with us on a day-to-day basis. So that full-time supervisor, we've tried other things, those other things haven't worked out. We think this is the best solution for us and to get you guys the results that you as council and of course the public really needs to see from their infrastructure. And that is the breakdown of how we propose it would work. It would largely be overseeing a lot of those larger projects, some of the large capital projects largely, as well as some of the, I'm going to call them cross-jurisdictional projects. So forestry is a great example that it is both in parks and in streets, and within streets, it's on trunk lines, it's on majors, it's on locals, so it touches a lot of parts of the budget and actually uses the different sorts of staff for different pieces. They'd be able to unify that a little bit, hopefully, along with the addition of the forestry fund. We're looking forward to seeing how that plays out. Andrew did an excellent job of going over the council goal progress. Because my budget is so expansive, I've tried something new and got some slides together to highlight pieces about which you've asked questions in the past. I'm fairly certain that you will ask questions about entirely different parts of the budget. It's kind of like bringing an umbrella so it doesn't rain, and then there's a windstorm. We'll figure it out. But I did phrase things a little bit differently on these slides than I have in the past. Please feel free to let me know if this works for you, if this doesn't work for you, if this helps answer questions, or if this simply leaves you with more. So one of the recurring themes in the last year or two has been about our special events, our parks,
and Freight House and how all those three pieces kind of work together. We don't have a recreation department, of course, but we do try and help the community fill the needs with the special events. The special event supports both in the parks and at the Freight House. And of course, the parks are the setting in which many of those special events are held. So you see here that our 101, our general fund 101, activity code 4420. Generally, we subsidize that, shall we say, from the general fund, even though it is part of the general fund, between about $50,000 and $60,000 per year. That does not include the explicit fee waivers that you've done. So discount that another 15 to 20. So we take in about $15,000 to $20,000 a year in fees that we charge special events. That doesn't include organizations with whom we have an MOU, generally speaking. So that's things like Growing Hope Farmers Market. That is, I am completely drawing a blank right now with other MOU entities. UMS, yeah, the Daytime Warming Center. And those actually come out of 7551, the Freight House Fund. But those are great examples of groups with whom we have a longstanding partnership. We believe that there's an equal benefit to be held by the public and by the organization to cement that and to move forward. And hopefully in the next couple of weeks, we'll have another MOU drafted for the Little League. Well, we have a draft, we'll work out some of the details. And maybe in a future year with other parties as well. And if that MOU structure, that vibe doesn't work for you guys, you know, we can look at other ways of working with some of our long-term partners who come back year over year over year over year. That does include the sponsored events. So that's the 4th of July parade. That is the Memorial Day procession. That's Juneteenth, Huron River Water Day, Pride. So the cost associated with those events, generally speaking, are covered by the city. The ordinance is pretty vague. So the way we work with those partners is to look at the scope of the event when that ordinance was passed, you know, and if there's a significant change, if somebody wants to throw in something else, like you know, in addition to a parade, we're gonna be having a giant party. In addition to this party, we're gonna be having a parade. In addition to this 5K, we're also going to be launching balloons. Whatever, you know, instead of having one event, we're gonna have 17 different events. We help walk them through the process of choosing the scope that aligns most closely with what it was when it was initially approved by council. And that helps us control our costs. I see 2 questions.
I'm just trying to understand this chart, like what is the money coming in, money going out, and kind of this ending amount? As I understand it, the general fund, so it starts off with.
General fund is one
Yeah.
giant pot. And so all 3 of these accounts are just teeny tiny little parts of that giant pot. So let's go with 24-25 actuals, that 30K, that is what we received in fees for various events. That's it, everything from pavilion rental fees to street closure fees, larger park rental fees from groups like Michigan Brewers Guild. That's what that number represents. And then the 85K above that, that is our actual cost. So that is everything we charge to 4420. So that is the actual costs of closing down the roads for the parade. That's material costs associated with those events too. So if there is damage in a park as a result of an event and we have to bring a contractor out, we charge it to 4420. We recover what we can from whomever rented the park. Or if it's just simple wear and tear, you know, we still take that out of 4020 because it's associated with the event. There's other things like public utility use. So certain parks, you know, we have baseline parks usage. Riverside's actually a great example. So we have 4 different meters and 4 different accounts in Riverside for DTE. One of them is exclusively used by the lights. Everybody uses the lights. That gets charged to 71.70, the parks. But then the pedestals that only get used for events, we charge that to 44.20, because the only reason we have those is for events. They're not for general use. Does that help?
Yeah, so the 55K, the red part, the outgoing, that's what's actually being deducted from the general fund then, because. Okay,
Yep.
understood.
And like I said, that doesn't include, it does not include the explicit fee waivers, and that wasn't done in 24-25, so I kind of kept it consistent as best I could. That is being done this calendar year, or this budget year, so.
My question was similar. I think, looking at this, it just, I mean, there's only one of these things that is not in the red. So it seems,
The one thing that it is not in the red is only not in the red because it would be overpowering if it were in the red, so the part 71.70, straight red.
wait,
Oh, it's on that one where, okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Great House 27.
She's like, wait, what?
Yeah, you just throw
Everything on the
I
right.
see this other one is just all red, the
Yeah.
parks, cause there's no.
There's no-
There's no revenue coming in for that, that's just a service,
Yep.
right, so that's all. Something that the city pushes out. Yeah, but in these other ones, yeah, it doesn't cover, but so my question is kind of like. One of the things that we say is like, okay, if we can't make money, the fees, the things that we get have to cover our costs. But they're not covering our costs.
Right,
So,
so that is part of the challenge of the legal framework under which we work. So, you've heard us reference Bolt before, where we can only really charge people for the service that they're getting, not necessarily for the services that we also provide. So if, let's say we have 70 sponsored events and one market rate event, right? So we cannot build the cost for those 70 events into what we charge that one market rate event. We have to look at the cost for that market rate event and say, okay, what's reasonable? If it takes my people 4 hours to set up, to do their thing, to walk away, then I'm gonna be charging 4 hours overtime, double time, whatever, for on average, what does it cost, right? Because every 4-hour event is a little bit different. And so the fee schedule is meant to be that sort of average amount for those events. But I can't say, well, these 70 events cost me $70,000. And this one event would cost me $1,000, but I need to cover that $70,000 somehow, so bam, this particular event is gonna be $70,000. So, probably the best way to encapsulate how we attempt to address that is, Great House is a great example. Recently, we changed the fee schedule to have the resident and nonprofit rate versus the market rate for hourly rentals. The resident and nonprofit rate is meant to be that rate, which is explicitly subsidized by the general fund. And then the market rate is not necessarily subsidized by the general fund. So it's broad strokes, it's averages, it's not gonna be precise, because otherwise we'd be spending every day doing, precise calculations. Think of it like a book rate. If you go to a mechanic, actually don't think about mechanics because that gets kind of intimidating for people. We try and do the best we can within the averages and with accurate but not precise information.
Thank you.
Great House, you can see that the costs vary year over year. So some of that is due to capital preventative maintenance. This year, if you swing by the Freight House right now, well, don't, because the parking lot's a little bit in chaos. But if you swung by last week, you could see we're doing pretty intensive rehab of the deck. So the deck over here, it's a bit of a ship of Theseus. We have to replace boards. We're taking a moment to actually go through and replace a whole heck of a lot of boards and then reseeing them and all that good stuff. Year before, we did a refinishing of a portion of flooring within the Freight House. Next year, we're hoping to do, a rehab of, the Great Hall flooring in the Freight House. As you know, it's pretty uneven. It's, speaking of a ship of Theseus, you're kind of sailing the seven seas, which is difficult for guests who have some mobility issues or even vision issues, because it's pretty dark in there too. So we want to make sure that the Freight House, remains a safe resource for everybody in the years to come. And to be a good steward of that resource for all users. Sorry, my computer locked itself out. And it's my cheat sheet. I mean, I totally know everything all off the top of it. All right, do we have any more questions about the events, parks, and Freight House? Okay, this is a terrible slide because I actually sent Tracy an incomplete PowerPoint, so let me narrate the slide for you, my friends. I'm sure that's gonna be fun for everybody. So I'm gonna walk you through a table. All right, so our 202 is our major roads fund. It includes both our own roads. So those are roads like Congress, Washington, portions of Michigan Avenue, Huron River Drive. Those are the major roads. So those are larger, generally larger roads and higher traffic roads. So our expenditures in 24-25 for those roads, that includes capital, no capital preventative maintenance because we weren't really able to do that. And that includes operations was about $1.5 million expenditure. We got in $1.9 million in Act 51 revenue. There's some other bits and pieces of revenue, but obviously the Act 51 is going to be the most impressive number. So that's the number I was saying. And we were able to add, plus or minus about $400,000 to our fund balance, which is pretty healthy right now because we've been trying to save up for the bridges. Because as you know, Cross Bridge is pretty expensive with the $6.5 million construction cost that ratchets up pretty quickly to almost $9 million when you include design engineering and construction engineering, which are costs that are meant to be exclusively borne by the city. Same thing with Prospect Bridge. It's another 6.5 million plus or minus for the construction, and then another 25% for DE and CE. So with the specters of those bridges hanging over us, more or less eliminated, we were able, with the help and hard work of the DDA, to get both state and different state funding for Cross Street Bridge. So we got about $3 million of the construction cost covered from the state big bridge fund, and we've got another $3 million coming from the state LEO grant, which Elise is working hard on. We're only going to be covering the CE and the DE out of pocket. That's still a pretty significant expense, but it's nowhere near $6.5 million plus that 25. Really for bridges to more like 35%. So we were hoping to spend some of that money on some preventative maintenance projects. You might recall from our roads presentation, every dollar you spend on preventative maintenance can save you, I think, something like $4 in the next 5 to 10 years. And even if you do preventative maintenance, not to a perfect degree, you do it somewhat, it's still better than no preventative maintenance. So in 26-27 and 27-28, but 26-27 in particular, we're looking at adding a little bit of mill and overlay. So that's when you take off the top layer of the roadway and put down the new top layer. It's not perfect. It's not a full reconstruction. It's not going to get you to that mythical 10.0 on the Russian scoring scale, also known as the PISA, but it's going to get you to about 8, and it's going to extend the lifetime of the roadway. And so for part of that, we're working with Yucca. We're going to be going behind them on some of their lead service line replacements where you see the patch after patch after patch after patch. We're going to be working with them on some funding. Basically, we're going to be asking them. So every year, let me back up because there's nuances to everything. I'm going to over explain. Please feel free to throw something at me if you want me to stop talking. But every year, Yucca does a spate of repairs in the community. And then they do a temporary repair of the roadway surface, and then they come in twice a year with a contractor to do proper repairs where they actually saw cut the edges, Looks beautiful when it's done 9 times out of 10. So they do that about 2 times a year. Each of those patches has a dollar amount associated with it and varies over the years, but we're gonna be asking them to contribute approximately the same amount that they would for those permanent repairs as, into the mill and overlay. So it's gonna be money out of our pocket as well, but money out of their pocket, and it's gonna provide a better, roadway surface for all users, and it's gonna extend the length of the road. Because instead of having those seams every 10 feet, seems inevitably fail, seems have to be crack sealed, it's gonna be a smoother surface and extend the lifetime of the road. Some of those roads are relatively new too. So those, and then the other potential mill and overlay project that we are looking at is everybody's favorite stretch of Washtenaw in between Hamilton and Huron. And then also the first block of Washington north and south of that. So the block north of that is pretty heavily impacted by the construction of the low-income multifamily housing. They've done a couple of utility cuts. Obviously, they're moving a lot of construction material in and around there. It's a lot of wear and tear on the road. We're not gonna touch that till after they're done. And of course, a mill and overlay is not gonna be anywhere near sufficient, but it is better than nothing and better than just the loads of cold patch and or hot patch that we can point at. So that is the big budget item for 26-27, apart from, of course, the bridges. We're also planning on instituting a crack sealing program similar to what we've done with the local roads. And hopefully, knock on wood, at least pricing out fog sealing or a different pavement sealing solution, because I'm not gonna get into that, sorry. That still puts us tapping into our fund balance, and this year we're tapping into our fund balance with the area projects. So 26-27, we'll be hitting that fund balance for both Cornell and Cross Creek Bridge. And 27-28, we'll be hitting that fund balance for Cross Creek Bridge and Prospect, and still also Cornell. So these are gonna be pretty expensive years coming up. Currently have a healthy fund balance of about $4 million. That is gonna go pretty quickly. We're gonna get some great products out of it, but it can only go so far. Any questions about major roads? You guys can't see it when I'm looking on this. So 203 is our local road. So these are the smaller neighborhood roads like Vinewood, like most of Grant, about 90% of College Heights, Madison Monroe, those are local roads. So these are the smaller roads, they're the neighborhood roads. They're still pretty wide roads, but they have lower traffic and so smaller, lower wear and tear. This is also where we charge our alleys too. We don't do a lot with alleys, but we still do spend some time and effort on those. So our total operations for this usually run about $950,000 per year. Our total income from Act 51 is not great, but it does leave us with a bit of a fund balance. So it's between 1.5 to just over $2 million. We have a cushion, but it's about, I want to say it's $750,000 or thereabouts. It's not actually in the room, so it can be whatever you agree. But it's small for roads. You don't spend a whole lot on capital. Sorry, the slide in front of me is still major roads. But we are spending some on capital preventative maintenance. So we do have a contract to do crack sealing on our locals that we started, I want to say 2 years ago. That's been pretty successful. And this is where all of the traffic calming comes from. So all of the speed humps are paid for out of 203. So that includes things like the radar signs, that includes the installation of the speed humps, the material costs, signage, fun stuff like that. See, any questions on local roads?
Yes, so, in talking about traffic calming and speed humps, I remember past conversation we had about, the speed hump specifically needed like a road study. Before those could be implemented.
So generally speaking, we ask that a neighborhood petition for speed humps or for some sort of traffic calming solution. What we do after we receive the petition, which needs to be signed by a majority of the people who actually live on the road, not necessarily the property owners, but the actual residents, we'll take a mix, of course. But we do want to see that the people actually want some sort of traffic calming and that there's some sort of consensus that there's a speeding issue. Once we do have that petition, then we will put out a traffic counter. A lot of our traffic counters will also, most of our traffic counters actually will also clock speed. Tell you the time of the day that people are speeding, tell you whether it's a truck speeding, a motorcycle, a passenger vehicle, depending upon which particular machine we have out that day. Some of them are very subtle, some of them are just black boxes that are strapped onto a pole, and then other ones have the actual feedback. We only have a couple that have the tubes, we're phasing those out.
Gotcha.
Because the tubes just take more maintenance and you don't actually get as fine information from them as we would like. If we see that there is a speeding problem, then hey, great. Speed humps might be the way to go. If we see that there's a consistent speeding problem at a particular time of day, like there's always just one jerk at 8:59 p.m. who just rockets down the road, we'll probably call the police and say, hey, this guy is a great candidate for a ticket. Other times we've had neighbors sign the petition and the issue isn't so much speeding as it is something else like running a stop sign or running lots of stop signs. Those get a little bit more nuanced because we can't really build new bump outs without a whole heck of a lot of money. Does everybody know what a bump out is? If you don't, feel free to talk to me after and I will expound on it. So every block is unique, every neighborhood is unique and has unique needs, and we do our best to help address whatever root cause we're seeing in our study, but also hear the lived experiences of the people that are on the street. We are constrained by budget though. We budget about $50,000 per year and we spend about $50,000 per year. It's also pretty intensive from a labor perspective. Our people spend a lot of time installing and uninstalling these.
Councilor Fellows? Yeah. Is Washington Street considered the local road then?
Washington Street is actually a major.
Okay, because that wasn't mentioned in the major roads budget, right? So is that being planned for next year?
How do you mean?
Washington Street reconstruction.
So the mill and overlay of Washington Street is in the major budget. Yeah, I'm sorry, I thought you were talking about speed humps because.
No.
Yep.
It for next year, is that the plan?
Yes, next budget year.
And then Washington is the,
That's also next budget year, and that's amazing.
Okay. and. So it looks like a lot of the budget for local roads is on operations.
It's strictly operations and maintenance and whatever CPM, whatever capital preventative I can sneak in, but it's, I wouldn't call it 1-to-1, but it's pretty darn close.
So what might be our plan then for local roads, like repair, reconstructions, if we are spending it all down for operations?
Yep. So the funding sources for local roads are more constrained than they are for major roads. For major roads, you hear me talk about getting funding from FHWA or MDOT. That's not available for locals because they are considered truly a local, I don't want to say amenity, but a local cost center. There are a couple of ways of approaching it. There are ways to remove the costs. So I believe at our last presentation, I talked about when we address alleys, many of which need a lot of work, to look at doing a special assessment for those alleys because they are sort of hyper local. They really are only used by the people who are on that. Well, I don't want to say only because there's always somebody who's going to cut through, but they are predominantly used by the people on that block, whether it's for parking, whether it's for utility access, whether that is for dumpster pickup and use. Commercial alleys are a little bit different, like those in the downtown area that are joined up parking lots. But largely alleys are hyper local. Those could be moved to a different source of revenue, so something like that special assessment. Other costs come out of the local roads budget, and so stormwater is another big one. So we do a lot of stormwater work on our roads. Clean catch basins, we reconstruct catch basins, we chase those holes in people's streets that they sometimes sit there for years. And one of the things that this state now has more or less available to us is a stormwater utility. So that would work similarly to how Yucca works. We would look at the overall cost of the stormwater system. And then we would devise a rate structure, and it would be a user fee. So if you use the stormwater system, so if you have a large and impervious lot, you would have a higher rate that you would pay than a large lot with very small impervious. It's all accurate, but not necessarily precise. So that is another way to do that without necessarily what I'm gonna call the nuclear option, which would be a road millage. Many communities have a dedicated local road millage on a street. And there are challenges with that from a political perspective, as many of you know. So
I guess a follow-up to that is, how is it determined which are local roads and which are major roads? Is it something that we could we recategorize all of our local roads as major?
So, no, but then the other limitation is that not all major roads are actually eligible for that federal funding. So we actually have a handful of major roads that are not FHWA eligible because their NFC classification does not raise them to the level of being federal funding eligible. So the opportunity to reclass roads into that FHW classification comes around once every 10 years or so. The difference between majors and locals, honestly, it's never actually had any benefit. So I haven't looked that closely into it, but I can explore that.
Yeah, I mean, that sounds good to look in, just to check to see if, we can recategorize some of our roads. And the last thing is mostly a comment. The former city manager is a part of the Water Street ad hoc citizen committee, and I'm blanking on his name right now. Ed Curriculum. And he was talking about, during his tenure, he was proud that they did a lot of road work. And so it's kind of just reminding me, I'm like, oh, well, that was a major project they took on. We're probably seeing the over time deferred maintenance of our local roads. So before it gets to a catastrophic end, I think we do need to start having the discussions about our plans for local roads.
Would be that we actually had 2 road millages at that time for those road projects. So if that's something council's thinking about, definitely bring that forward.
Thank you.
Councilmember Simmons.
Yes, okay, I'm trying to I have a couple of questions, but I want to keep these focused to this. One of the things as we're talking about roads, I was thinking about, I'm gonna use one example, just because I feel like it's easier for me. Homes. Okay, so homes is basically like, you just are in a hole up and down, like that whole area. And so, I was riding, because I don't drive, but I was riding on, and it was like this compacted dirt road, and I was like, wow, this is mad smooth. And I was like, why don't we have some of these? Like homes Like, if we're not gonna fix it, why can't that just be a compacted dirt road and it'd be smoother than what it is now?
It would be.
So it makes me wonder, cause I was like thinking about it, I'm like, oh yeah, people really like the pavement, is that supposed to be progress, is it going backwards? But also, these roads are like, in some ways, like easier to maintain and better than what we got now, so it makes me wonder about how we think about that discussion, especially for some of these like local roads or things like that, or think about like alleys, I think about a couple of different places where maybe that would be the one of the ways that we can solve some of the issues is actually changing the way that the road is finished.
So any conversion will have a high upfront capital cost. One of the reasons why a lot of the streets within the city are paved is because of stormwater control and erosion runoff. So gravel roads are not necessarily easier, not necessarily, I mean, they are less costly, like over a span of time. But they have a different set of equipment that's needed to maintain them. They have a different set of considerations with regards to stormwater and runoff. And we even see that in our alleys. So one of the things that I tried to do this past winter, since we were blessed with a lot of snowfall and a fair amount of ice, was to pay a little bit more attention to exactly how we prioritize our roadways in order to get the most bang for our buck and the most bang for our limited overtime and the endurance of our drivers. And a lot of the alleys that are paved, where you're like, why the heck is that paved? So we have an alley off of College Place. So College Place south of Washtenaw comes down and dead ends, but there is an alley that is gravel that goes downhill to Pearl Street. Pearl? That's not Pearl, I'm sorry, that's Perrin, just north of Pearl Street. And that creates a lot of issues at the bottom of the hill with the gravel washout. We have some pretty significant stormwater infrastructure there that we have to maintain on a regular basis and backing it out because of the runoff from that gravel alley. On the other side, there's a couple of paved alleys where I think there's like maybe one or two garages off of these alleys. In Ward 3 in particular, there's one off of Forest, just west of River Street. And that is, if you go down that and it's full of ice and you're in a plow truck, it is an adventure. But that is paved to make it actually easier for us to plow and to keep clear in the winter. But also because of those stormwater impacts, because that gravel would be washing out into people's backyards. So these are all considerations that we would have in mind if we choose to pursue changing something like that with their homes into a proper gravel road. That one is actually interesting because on the north side of it is township, on the south side of it is city, and so the city side has curb and gutter and a couple of storm drains, and then the township side actually has a drainage ditch. Which has some unique and interesting problems that are localized to that area. But it is a good idea, and it is absolutely one that we could pursue. But it wouldn't be, just snap of the fingers, bam, easy peasy.
Nothing is easy peasy and nothing moves like a snap of a finger, I found. So
usually takes like 3 years for a proper snap to.
yeah, just to learn. So anyway, that's helpful. It's just like one of those things where I'm like, okay, how do we think about the totality, the full options that we have, in order to try to address some of the different needs. And I know that you were talking about different equipment, which is the same thing I know that has come up, for instance, around permanent speed humps, I've been telling people when they're like, oh, where are we at, especially over in the Ward 2 area, where people are like, oh, that's the city. And I said, oh, that's not the city, because if it has a speed bump, it's definitely the township. And obviously a lot of places are moving to those more like gradual, like speed hump, so that they're not called stop bumps, which is what my kid calls them.
They are pretty fierce for bicyclists. They're pretty fierce for bicyclists to run into speed humps.
Oh, yeah, we're just talking about the ones, so for the old ones, you know, you have to like, people speed and then they stop to go over it and then they speed, whereas the gradual one, you could just go an even 20 miles.
You could, in theory, that would work perfectly.
And you don't have to speed through it. It's also better for gas, y'all. Speeding is bad for gas. Maybe that'll stop people. Okay. But I know that when that has come up in the past too, that was also an equipment thing. I don't know, is it, you know, just all or even for the gradual ones? And that might be something that we want to, you know, again, if we're thinking years out, how we would think about what that would look like, especially as we think about if we're going to be doing some big roads things. You know, for everything, it's best when it's done all at once, as opposed to do the road and then go add a speed hump. Like if you're going to do it all at once, probably is better.
You can add speed humps, you just, surprising amount depends upon the stormwater drainage. So one difference, we can go down into the engineering, I'm sorry, I realize it's 9 o'clock, I don't want to put anybody to sleep. But speed humps, permanent speed humps are possible. What would likely happen in a lot of those cases is that they would end up on sort of a last tier for plowing, simply because it would take a lot more care for our plow trucks to go through them. Not all speed humps are super visible when they've got 3 inches of snow on them and compacted snow. The township and the road commission, they have the arguable benefit of not having enough trucks and not having enough time and not having enough people to actually plow their local roads. And the local roads are where they exclusively put their speed humps.
Okay.
So that is something that they don't have to consider quite as much as we would, because we tend to get our local roads with the beach storm. We might get them on a Monday, even if it snows on a Friday, but we do get them.
Yes, and obviously we don't wanna, I mean, yeah, okay, that's helpful. I think that's questions I have for now.
Okay, rubbish is another fun one. So this consists of our trash, our recycling, our yard waste, and our actual rubbish. And so the actual rubbish, 5283 activity that is our downtown cans and our pipes cans. It's expensive. It gets more expensive. The trucks that are associated with it are pretty darn expensive. The wages and the labor associated with it are a wee bit less expensive, since we've been able to bring on temporary laborers, especially for the summer, because we can have a couple of our CDL drivers driving the truck, and then our summer help us out with the actual loading. So that's been a bit of a way to offset some of the increased costs that we see with fuel, with maintenance, all of that fun stuff. We also have a couple of truck replacements coming up. So we have the 2 beautiful white trucks that we purchased in 2023. They're model year 2024, but I believe we got them in 2023. They were $367,000 a piece. They have a lifetime of between 5 and 10 years. 10 years is kind of pushing it, but we have to keep that in mind as we amortize those costs and as we save up the new ones. We also do have a 3rd truck that you guys don't see a whole heck of a lot of out on the roads anymore, knock on wood. 607, it's one of the old blue trucks. It was in beautiful condition 3 years ago, and it was relatively new. I want to say it's a 17 model, but it's coming up on end of life too. It is an absolute beast and a workhorse, and we love it, especially when the new vehicles are being a little bit more finicky, but all good things must come to an end. So we're going to be looking at replacing that in the coming 2 years. I want to say it's next budget year. Now, vehicles are budgeted a little bit differently in DPW than they are necessarily that you see with other departments. We have an hourly charge that we charge for the use of our vehicles. And we basically are renting them from the motor pool, and that goes into both the capital costs as well as the operations and maintenance. any questions about recycling, trash, and yard waste? I'm sure many of you have them.
Councilmember McQueen.
Thank you, Mayor. On the recycling front, I recall you making comments some months ago about the level of contamination in, for example, the downtown
Oh, yeah.
bins, so much so that
We don't
They're
say
fixed.
downtown bins or parks because there are simply entirely too much contamination.
they're just picked up as any other.
The one
There's nothing
nice
we-
thing about it is that now we have two cans in place, so.
Seems terribly wrong about that, but
I do not like the image that it sends. Yeah, there's a lot of communication issues, and image issues that recycling has, and that does not help.
is that the case in other places as well? Do we, from household pickups, do we find
No.
contamination levels that are problematic?
So on a household by household basis, we do reject households that we have visible contamination in. My guys open up the lid and they see a pizza box, they see styrofoam, they see bag trash, they slap a yellow sticker on it and move on, generally speaking. Some of them, if they're feeling particularly generous, might actually plug out some of the pizza boxes if that's the only contaminant, and stick them back in. That doesn't actually change a lot of the user behavior. They're just like, oh, well, they didn't take these pizza boxes, but they might take the next ones. So my preference, and I instruct my people, if you see contamination, simply reject it. Overall, we have a contamination rate of about 26%, which is on par for people using carts, but it is high. One of the things that Ypsilanti has, as opposed to a lot of our neighboring communities, is we work with Recycle in Ann Arbor, which is a mission-based recycler. People who have another hauler, or their regular hauler pick up their recycling. Oftentimes that does not get, sorted quite as stringently, right? So the glass, instead of being reused in glasses eminently recyclable, as we all know, might become landfill cover. And if they have too much plastic on hand, they might simply landfill a portion of it rather than bailing it off and setting it aside for the next buyer. Recycle Ann Arbor is absolutely fantastic about finding end markets for all of the products that they accept. Now, this is part of what leads us to be stringent upon contamination, because we know that it is getting reused. We know that it is going into the end markets and which is aligns with the values of the communities being expressed to us. So overall, we're very fortunate to be working with them, but it is more expensive than, if we worked with the GFL or had Stevens pick up our recycling, because they do recycle consistently. They don't just landfill it.
Oh, I'm actually glad to hear that, but it's not particularly good news as far as finding cost savings.
Right.
But I've always wondered if we're paying for recycling, are we back getting
We are.
recycling?
Getting back for the household pickup. And just to put a plug out there, Recycle Ann Arbor is absolutely fantastic about arranging tours. So if any of you want to actually tour the work, it's fun. If you're into that sort of thing, and I'm happy to connect you with people and see where the magic happens. Yard waste, I do want to flag for you that some of the regulations around compost yards have been updated in the last 5 years. And so there are increased regulatory requirements around the compost yard that we have at Waterworks Park. So we're doing a little bit more tracking, we're doing a little bit more testing. But one of the big downfalls of the compost yard at Waterworks Park, it is within the floodway, and the water table there is fairly high. So it's always damp there unless it's really, really dry. And although it isn't actually getting any flowing water from the river, it's not something Eagle likes to see in their compost yards, very understandably. We're pretty landlocked, though there's not another place to put it. So keep that in mind. We may end up having to explore their options as the years go forward and as Eagle enacts these updated regulations and sorts out rules and procedures and what have you about them. We are inspected, we do test them regularly, and as of this moment, we're in compliance. So we're very compliant. Any other questions about rubbish? parking. This is another slide where I started it and I'm like, well, there's a lot that goes into parking. So don't look at that slide. Our revenue, minus grant revenue and minus the subsidies from the general fund or the capital fund was about 243,000. In 25-26, we budgeted 241. And in 26-27 and 27-28, we're budgeting about 225 apiece. That's probably pessimistic, but we are seeing lower ticket revenue overall than we have in years past. So right now, I believe you had asked about aging receivables. We see a distinct change in parking behavior in the last 5 years where, you know, I'm going to attribute it to increased compliance, but in many years past, we've had receivables of about $150,000 to $175,000 per year. These days, they're more about $65,000 to $65,000 per year. So we're getting less ticket revenue, and I hope in my heart of hearts that's because of increased compliance, and you know that means our parking restrictions are reasonable and lovely and what have you. We do not currently have enough revenue to properly support our operations, however, and that's either our operations and maintenance, so that's the enforcement that is replacing meters as they wear out, that's, you know, or get knocked down or stolen. Restriping lots, surfacing lots, crack sealing lots, all those fun sorts of things that people expect with their parking lots. Over time, the DDA has been an absolute fantastic partner in paying for the large capital expenses, like when we need to rehabilitate a lot completely from the ground up. But with the maintenance piece of it, that is something that we likely need to either look to the DDA to fund more consistently rather than these heroic efforts, or look within and look at the rates that we charge for parking and adjust those as needed. So that is likely something that's going to come up, not likely, it is something that's going to come up when we talk about the fee schedule. Currently, we only charge $1 an hour for parking. About, I would say 75% of our parkers currently use credit cards. If any of you know how credit card fees work, that means if somebody pays for an hour of parking, about 45 to 55 cents of that is actually going to the credit card companies and the processors. Because there's like a 35-cent charge per transaction, and then there's a percentage charge for the overall fee. So we're basically a micro transaction. So parking in Ypsilanti is like, you know, playing Farmville or whatever the kids these days do. I'm not hip with my references. Fortnite, yeah, I'm sure there's whack dances associated with it. So, and it's also not in line with what other communities charge for their prime downtown parking. So there's a couple of different things that we are either that we need to consider getting out from that parking plan back in 2019. One of which is to monetize some of our prime real estate for parking. And so one of those is the North Huron lot, which if we look at the Freight House numbers, and is probably going to get us about $20,000 a year. Potentially the South Huron lot, which doesn't see quite as much traffic as the North Huron lot, but as you move the levers of making people pay for things, usage patterns change. And then of course the actual 4 blocks or 2 blocks but 4 block bases on Michigan Avenue downtown. One thing that was recommended is that we price our prime parking, which is Michigan Avenue. Then we make our less prime parking, so those side streets, the Ferris, whatever, more appealing to the longer term parkers. So we want a lot of turnover at the curb. So there's 2 aspects to this, right? There's demand regulation, and then market manipulation, truly at the base of it. But then there's also driver behavior, because you want more turnover in those prime spaces in order to keep people, I'm going to say hungry for their spaces. And so that people who are like, oh, I'm just going to stop in and grab a quick coffee, they aren't off put by the fact that they need to park, 4 blocks away to get to their happy place. So that's something we want to continue to do. It's something that my department has not had the capacity to do in the last 3 years as no doubt you all have seen, which is why the DDA is taking these heroic measures to help facilitate upgrading those parking areas. The other thing that we have coming up on the horizon is technology ages. Obviously, all of our single head meters, some of them are mechanical, some of them have electrical parts. They're all well past their expected lifespan, and even the kiosks are coming up on a major change in order to comply with some new credit card regulations and new ADA regulations. So we're likely moving to a different scheme. Right now, we are in paid by space. So you're in space 100, you pay for space 100. You move to space 101, you pay for space 101. What we're seeing more adoption of across the state is paid by zone, which is a lot easier. You only have to remember the zone, you don't have to remember, gosh darn it, I'm in space 153. You're like, oh, I'm in zone 48198, which we were fortunate enough to grab for the Freight House lot for our passport parking. But the parking market is pretty competitive. We can look at other options, but right now what we're looking at is likely upgrading and moving around some of our kiosks to get better coverage in our downtown Adams lot, where we have a lot of those mechanical meters. Make payment more convenient for people and again, help people with compliance. So continue to drive down our ticket revenue, but get more fees. So in a perfect world, we wouldn't have to issue anybody tickets because nobody would park in handicap spots, nobody would be blocking fire hydrants, and nobody would be overstaying. The policy is set by city council with regards to curb control. But in our harder parts, we know that there's always somebody who's just not going to see the sign. And we still do need to have enforcement for at least the more egregious of those examples.
Parking, Councilman King?
So just a quick question. You said we normally charge $1 per hour. What is the average?
I have not had the time to do a proper average, and I've been trying to keep an eye out when I go to other communities, but unfortunately I don't get out much. The lowest I've seen in the last year has been about $2.50. The highest is, in the $5 range, but that's like the downtown hours of the world. I don't doubt that our businesses can pull that sort of traffic, but I also don't want to it's a delicate balance. Parking is kind of an emotional issue. But specifically, when you talk about in the commercial areas and the downtown areas and walkability and then also accessibility. So we've been trying to add handicap placard parking wherever we can and wherever it makes sense. And there's always room to improve, but we've actually improved it a lot in the last 5 years. That answer really went over the place. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, I just want to say, I want to go back to the speed bump. Just saying that the speed bump on fares,
again,
is already got a commission.
It is. It's on the side of the street, yeah.
We know that there's at least one person who is extremely unhappy with the presence of speed bumps there because there is evidence that some of them have been vandalized. But it is very difficult to actually keep up with that when that's the case, because as soon as we hit it, they're just waiting for us to leave the site. But then one of them we did actually have to move. I'm not sure how far we moved it from this location last year, but because the bolts had been stripped so badly from the pavement was no longer able to hold speed bumps. So we're kind of do what we can.
Okay. Maybe we'll do even more. Questions about parking for body?
I've only been here an hour, you guys. That's not much for me. Capital projects. We have some of them coming up in the next few years. So before I skip right into capital, does anybody have any questions about motor pool? We have cars, we're gonna be buying more of them to replace the ones that we have. We're expanding a couple of things, we're changing, the EVs for the parking enforcement. They overall have been a success, I wanna say. Medium. They work. All right, I see them. All right, cool.
They were driving.
Yeah, that's exactly what we want out of the vehicles. functionality. Any questions? Then the fun part of the topic, with the picture of the turtle. So obviously we have some really big projects that are being handled, by community services, the Water Street remediation, but the dam removal, we have coming up on the horizon also the Frog Island project. So that is two projects. There's the Northern Accessibility Project, which is the handicap parking as well. And then the overall parking lot, reconstruction. Roads project, we're currently working on Harriet in conjunction with Yucca. So Yucca's in there right now. The detours and all that work started this week. For now, we just did one of the inspection walks to that, yesterday. And that is coming up in 2027. So we're gonna be doing the asphalt portion there. We're not gonna be going north of the border to border trail. Yucca with their project is actually going up to Ainsley. But that is not something that people are really gonna notice overall. We have Cross Bridge, which is gonna be obligated in 2027, and then the work is gonna be completed in 2028. We have Prospect Bridge, which is gonna be obligated in 2028 and then constructed in 2029. Knock on wood that all the permitting for all of these goes smoothly and perfectly. Then Andrew actually alluded to Michigan Avenue Bridge coming up in 2030, so that is their target year for full replacement of the Michigan Avenue Bridge. We might see some changes associated with that. The beautiful stairway that comes up from, beautiful and terrifying stairway that comes up from Riverside Park to the Old Materials Unlimited Plaza. That is built into the abutment of the bridge, and it is in need of significant repair. So we've talked a little bit with the Parks and Arts Commission about, would their feelings be hurt since we have this beautiful bridge just down the street that's accessible, far more accessible than stairs. Yeah, getting rid of the bridge is Mr. David said, or not bridge, keeping the bridge, getting rid of the steps. The parking, we're gonna be having a discussion about that too. There's not a lot of width in that area, so it may be, obviously we want larger, wider, safer sidewalks. There's 9 parking spaces on the north side of the bridge. What the value of those parking spaces is versus the value of a wider sidewalk that connects our downtown more safely to that border to border trail amenity that we have right there. And then the future Water Street development as well. So those are all beautiful conversations that we're going to have in the coming 4 years. Facilities project. So we did go through a facilities assessment project earlier on this year that identified a lot of needs of each of these facilities, things from roofs to electrical to fire safety to just operational needs, here in City Hall. This is really the meeting room. This is the accessible space. This is the largest space. We have a small meeting room up on the 4th floor that's accessible, but it is not great for open meetings because of access issues for the rest of the building. So that's not something we're going to be able to tackle, but we do have a substantial amount budgeted in 414 for the coming year to start whittling down these issues like the roof. The masonry is in terrible condition. Terrible might be strong, but it is in condition needing immediate attention. The foundation we want to have evaluated, just fun things like that. We have the history of wiring and the history of plumbing in this building. The police station, the flooding issues they face in their basement. One of the things that we have to keep in mind with all of these projects that we run into, especially with the police department, is as this work is going on, as this more intense work is going on, we will have to relocate operations or do movement of equipment in order to access these spaces. So services will be impacted. We've been very fortunate that at DPW, as we've gone through our own, I would say growing pains, but they're not growing, shrinking pains. We've been able to keep services remarkably steady for the members of the public. I am not entirely sure if that is going to be able to hold true as we do other repairs. But these repairs are necessary for the future functioning. So these are great things that we're going to get into a larger discussion on later, I'm sure. When it comes to floors, that's kind of a fun one, a busy one. Vehicle replacements, every department has vehicles, every vehicle needs replaced at some point in its life. And equipment, so many of our departments have specialized equipment that they use. For my department, it is things like bobcats and bobcat attachments. There's a really cool one out there, it's about $50,000. That would take us a whole heck of a lot of time. But we're gonna have to budget for it. Fire has some really cool equipment that they need to budget, that they need to replace in the coming few years, like your jobs as well. Okay, so equipment is expensive. These are all things that are coming up in the next 5 to 10 years. I meant to replace this final slide, my question slide. I got a really cool rainbow slide over the compost yard. So look out for that in my future presentations, but hatching chickens in Riverside Parks. Any questions?
Yeah, I have a question. Hang on for that one second, but the elevator. What's the deal on the elevator?
So that is a delay because the facility condition assessment found some issues with our wiring and other life safety issues that we should really address prior to investing in the elevator. So one of the things that I was actually explaining to Randy the other day, yes, adding an outlet is super easy. Repairing something sounds super easy until you realize it's, well, to repair this, you need to do this, you need to upgrade that, you need to do this other thing, you need to add this, and so all of a sudden you've grown the apple tree to make an apple pie, and you have to, grow a lot of apple trees. So we want to have a nice, safe, sufficient wiring system to support things like our elevator, which keeps our building accessible, both for our workers and for members of the public.
Thank you. That's one thing.
Mayor, heard you mention a lot of projects. Unless I missed it. I think you missed one,
Oh, which one did I miss?
your own building.
Oh, my own building. So that's a fun one because we have been working with the real estate agent for 6 months, a little bit more than that.
Yeah.
And we haven't really found anything. So we are about to pivot and see what we can do on our own site to make it useful.
Again.
It's challenging, right? So we have very limited space. We're using it as well as we can. We've got, I think 4 containers now. But there's not enough physical space on the site the way it's laid out. But like I alluded to with the police station and with City Hall, in order to actually do meaningful upgrades to the site, things will have to be put out of service. So one of the things we're looking at in the coming years is just upgrading our pumps. So at police and fire, they have a wonderful system that works, 99% of the time, where you have a key fob, everybody has a key fob. You have to have a key fob in order to unlock the pump, and then it automatically tracks how much fuel goes into which vehicle. And then that makes our monthly reporting great and relatively easy. We don't have that at DPW. We have a system of paper cards, which works as long as people remember what vehicle they were driving, to fill out the car, to double check how much fuel they actually put in, what type of fuel they put in, what department they were working in that day, all of that fun stuff. With a computerized fuel system, we can say, okay, well, this was, truck 103, it was on streets, we're good, done. That sounded really weird to say the truck was on streets. Streets is a budgetary classification, not just things that we drive on.
Yeah.
Obviously, it was on streets. So that is the previous quotes we've gotten have ranged from about $40,000 to about $75,000 for that, because our pumps are older than I am, in as far as their mechanisms. So the pumps themselves are actually, I want to say, about 20 years old, which isn't that bad. We have relatively new tanks. So the system isn't bad. The location is bad with regards to the entrance, because there's maneuvering that has to be done. But we can make it work. There's a lot of we can make it works.
Follow up to that. Is the real estate agent looking outside of the city as well?
Yep, they are. It's still a constrained radius because we have to be able to respond to things within the city.
Any questions for?
So it was the one slide on senior center, Park Ridge and what Rutherford.
Oh, I thought I hid that slide, because the information from that slide wasn't great at the time that I put it together. All right, so there is a relatively common misconception that we have these facilities that other people run and the city doesn't do a darn thing. We do quite a bit for them. So with the senior center, obviously we did everything we could to help out with flooding. We replaced their HVAC. We're planning on replacing their roof in the coming year because we are still responsible for the capital elements of the building. So on average, we spend between around $25,000 a year. It's only really recently that we've actually been tracking our DPW effort separately and outside of our parks. So it's important for us to be able to tell the story and to be able to say, well, you know, if you don't spend $0 on the senior center or Park Ridge or whatever, we actually do invest in it, and this is what we do. And to have the numbers to back that up is important as a communication tool. And also for tracking over time, it helps us track issues and fun things. So the senior center, the numbers that I have in front of me, which I don't think are, can I take a quick look at what it is? Oh, yeah, the lack of numbers is pretty telling there. All right, so in 24-25, we spent a little over $30,000. In 25-26, we've got budgeted 45-ish, 26-27, and 27-28, just under 20. So that's the operational costs that we tend to support. So that's if they call us in and we need to go and plumbing is always the culprit if we do something with plumbing there, or minor maintenance tasks. Larger items like the roof that I alluded to, we have $75,000 budgeted in 414 for a new roof for the senior center. It's not leaking yet. We'd like to keep it that way. Park Ridge Community Center. So I believe Andrew's currently working on updating the MOU, which is a little bit expired right now, but there we pay for a certain amount of their staffing. We pay for their utilities as well as the little maintenance. We have $250,000 that we're budgeting for a roof using CDBG funds in the coming year. So that would be a major capital improvement that's not reflected in this budget. So in 24-25, it looks like we spent about $65,000 in 25-26. Looks like we budgeted 118, but I think our actual spend is closer to that $50,000 to $70,000. Rutherford Pool is interesting because we don't spend a whole lot out of pocket. That they have an interesting MOU. From a DPW standpoint, we do things like deliver wood chips for them for their beautification day. But we also make sure that their backflow inspection is performed annually, which is a YUCCA coordinated and plumber coordination thing. They handle all of their capital and their maintenance, except when they have a major project, and usually we end up being the fiduciary for that, and oftentimes do kick in for match or any kind. But we handle all of their payroll and their workers' comp and all of those sorts of fun things. And Reagan can speak more to how exactly that works and all of that fun stuff, but the budget for that varies year over year. So this is mainly to show sort of the ecosystem of, it's meant to complement the parks and events and Freight House slide, and that there's an ecosystem of recreation and I'm not sure what you would call it when the recreation is also educational, like a public information session. So we partnered with Washington County Water Resources Commission. Tomorrow night, they're holding a campaign neighborhood, so the College Heights neighborhood centered rain workshop because of the flooding issues that we've had in that particular neighborhood over the last couple of years. So things like that, where it's not really recreation, but it's in that wheelhouse. And that is a lot of the programming that the senior center and Bridge do also is that public outreach and education. So it's all part of that simplicity system. Did that answer your question?
Absolutely, thank you. Any additional questions for Brian?
One of the things that we do have programmed in the 414 budget for the coming years is a significant amount of money in our parks capital improvement. And that does include some things like trail upgrades and upgrades, repaves in Riverside Park, which we haven't quoted out yet. But we're actually working with Washtenaw County on some things there. But also some of these parking lot issues that have been brought up continuously from both Park Ridge and the senior center. As for overtime, we do about 2,000 hours per year, between 2,000 and 2,500. It's hard for me to get exact numbers because we're over so many budget categories, and the way that reporting is set up in PSNA is all economically on current employees. So the reporting was 1033 hours for last budget year, which I know is way low. This year is about 2,100.
Chunk of the snow removal.
Yes, but not all of it. We do call outs in the summer, but we also do scheduled overtime in the summer. So we've already done a yard focused work day where we knocked a couple things out. We did some stormwater training on how to rebuild the catch basin, on land, just got blocks and mortar, and showed people in a low stakes environment how it's done, some tips and tricks. But then the rest of the day we cleaned out the barns, we rearranged things from winter mode where we have the machines that do sidewalk snow clearance. We put those to the back of the barn and pulled forward the lawnmowers. So things like that. We have to do a lot of rearranging in order to make use of our very constrained space. And that adds to our labor. We have to fight the facility.
Think you spent a lot of them.
I've only been here an hour. I can go for at least another hour. Oh, it's not that.
Why they asked the question before she said as well.
That's why you guys also too.
See you later. And
Sounds to be.
all right, just making- I didn't know if you wanted to give a, so thanks, Bonnie, anything, close it.
Yeah,
All
get the time we should
Yeah.
get into it.
All right, Councilmember Tixon, you have,
Yes.
1464.
Yes, so resolution. Okay. Yes, so resolution number 2026-111. The ordinance number 1464 entitled an ordinance to amend budget 2025-2026 and adopt a budget for fiscal year 2026, 2027, and 2027, 2028 be approved upon first reading. Further, that in accordance with sections 19(2) of the Public Act 621 of 1978, also known as the Uniform Budgeting and Accounting Act, parameters are hereby given to allow transfers between appropriation accounts and within fund totals and within those activities within the control of each department, and I so move.
Support. But also, it's not going to say something, we need to do an extension before. That's right.
Up to council. This is first reading.
Yeah, it's first, okay. All right, well, we got budget presentations. I'm gonna open the public hearing first before we start discussion. Yes, please come.
We're on 11 miles, so quick thing, everyone thinks speed humps because they're not traffic engineers. There's also visual a narrowing of the roadways with speed tubes, plastic tubes. You can put them along the roadway. They do not impede trucks, and you can take them down in the winter months. And they probably cost more than speed humps, but you also can't. One guy can drag his crowbar at one speed hump. He can't really do that for an entire roadway. And that's one thing. So why am I only saying this? Why would I want to have a higher upfront cost for our community, lower services and less local control? Well, those are the first things that happen. A society grows rich when old men plant trees and they do not hope to see the shade of. If we integrate with the major municipalities, for instance, Chief Hobbs has left. For instance, EMU, they are the beneficiaries of our fire services. And we have had to lobby Lansing to get more money to compensate for the amount of fire services that we provide our students, which we love our students, but it costs us money. If we were to somehow figure out how to get the administration of EMU to come into a fire authority where we would be in a single unit, we could have that go in conjunction with the with the Lansing legislature and get more state funding, get more federal funding. And if we've got the second best fire authority fire department in the state, we're doing pretty good. We could probably convince other communities to join the future fire authority. But that would take years. None of you would see the benefit of it, and neither would I, but the region would be better off. So I really think that you need to think about regionalism rather than just go for this fiscal year or these couple of fiscal years. You need to think about ways to break out of these 4 square miles.
Thank you. Anyone else want to talk to council? Anybody online?
No one with a hand raised.
Okay.
Resolution number 2026-112. Resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti that the public hearing for ordinance 1464 entitled ordinance to amend budget for 2025-2026 and adopt budget for fiscal year 2026-2027 and 27 and 28 be officially closed, and I so move.
Right. Supported by Councilmember King, all in favor of the public hearing, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, we are on the resolution. Whoop. Discussion.
We've heard departmental presentations. This is the first reading of the budget. Second reading will be held next week and created a cushion, so if council wishes, it can table this next week and go to the June 2nd meeting. But staff is here to answer any questions that you might have. Reagan and I are here to answer any questions that you might have.
Councilmember Fox.
Mainly just given that we don't have the police budget, I would think pushing the second ordinance reading to June 7th would be best.
You have your second reading as well as the opportunity for June 2nd. So you do have police budget. It was provided to you via email. The budget book was provided to council.
The presentation. We have the budget book.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't know when the right time to bring this up is, but I don't think it's the wrong time. I sent something to thank everyone on the council, along with the clerk and city manager earlier this morning. Just an effort, does in no way locks us in, but starts a discussion around what our target might be when we look at this budget. And the budget is presented to us, as Reagan has testified earlier, is structurally out of balance. And we're relying on our fund balance from the general fund to cover the difference. And that difference is what I sent to you this morning, suggested it was 3.3 to 1.9 million, still sizable, but something less than that. And we have been budgeting this way for several years, where we rely on the general fund balance. And so we're reaching, I believe, if I understood the testimony correctly earlier, we're reaching a point where perhaps as soon as next year or the following year, 2027, 28, or the year after that, there will be no fund balance left to draw upon if we were to continue at the same rate that we're going right now. And so question is, what do we do with this budget to prepare for those budgets, if anything? One thing we can do is nothing, which means that the day of reckoning will come sooner. Or we can try to make some reductions in this current budget, which would then extend that period of time before that day of reckoning. Or we can try to actually balance the budget. I'm not going to suggest that all in one fell swoop, but that is another approach we could take. But I have, what I sent to you was simply a resolution that establishes that target deficit reduction level for this year's city budget. Because if we collectively buy into the notion that we should make some reductions, city managers talk about that, although we are not on record as a group saying that that's what we want to do. But if we do buy into that, then the question becomes how much? Try to erase all of it, all the deficit, all the structural deficit, or a portion thereof. What is the number? And with what I sent to you, I leave a blank line there for us to talk about that. So I won't offer this right now, but I'm talking about it. If people are interested in it, there's no reactions. I don't know another approach other than kind of throw things at a dartboard and say, here's a cut here and a cut there, with none of us on the same page as far as what kind of cuts we want to make. But I guess I have to hear first whether you even want to make cuts. So those are at least my opening comments.
So this has happened in the past as well. This isn't the first time that in this reading, we would send back to the city manager with an instruction to reduce the budget by a certain amount. This is exactly the same kind of thing that we've done in the past. I think last time we did, it was manager Mullen. And I think it was over $1 million that got reduced out of that. It was like 1.2 or 1.5, something like that. So this isn't unusual. I mean, the thing is that it's actually similar forecasts that led to that as well. The structural deficit and forecasts which were a little bit further out than this one. So I do think it's actually it behooves us to give city manager some guidance in terms of how to reduce the current budget, and that's going to be difficult. But they will be working on that themselves. We make the statement, then everybody that presented will go back and sharpen the pencils and try to figure this out. And then at the next reading, we also get to come back with our ideas on how to do that. I totally agree.
I mean, if that is the direction of council, I've already thought about how we would go about doing that. I will note that for this current fiscal year, the 3.4 million deficit will be lower than that. Given that much of the time there were some positions open in the police department as well as in DPW, so there'll be some savings there. And operational costs might not be at the level that they're currently budgeted at, so that will be lower when we get the final numbers. In terms of the next budget, we're looking at a 1.9 shortfall. So if council would like to see a percentage of that, or that decrease by a certain percentage, or, you know, a flat number, if you wanted to go with the $1 million, it is our goal, to ensure that operationally we're at least covering costs. But a lot of the structural deficit is transfers out to our capital improvement plan or capital forward for. And then also to our rubbish millage. So coming up with, you know, ways to help fund that millage, but staff can be prepared to decrease the budget to a number that council chooses.
You said you've already started looking at it. Is there a number that you think is a reasonable amount to pursue?
So I haven't looked at it in detail yet, but if council gives us a number, we can get to that number.
One of the things that was briefly talked about, maybe needs like a further discussion, but with regard to the trash services, you know, maybe we're not rebidding it out in time to approve this budget, but we will maybe think about that for after budget approval. And but I wonder, has there been discussions with their trash services yet about what, you know, if we restructure that or do less service days?
So we just approved the contract not that long ago, so it would be, we can start speaking with them and see if they have a willingness to restructure, but we do currently have a contract.
Can we extend during this conversation? Move to extend to 10:15.
There's a.
Or we can. I guess I have to have one more thing before we get out of this. So I am looking at the budget book and there isn't any detail about just police administration and police field services. It's just the 1-2 budget lines. And so that's what
You would have to go deeper into those, the whole budget for that department is in there. So there's.
I will need help then because I have gone as deep as I can and can't find anything.
Yeah, I'm not seeing the usual line item.
Yeah.
Spreadsheet.
Yeah, exactly. And I do think for the good of the public, that's why these presentations are helpful, not just for us, but for the public. And that's why I wanted that police budget more fleshed out.
So, sake of moving the conversation forward, I'll suggest that we fill in the blank line with $800,000. So take deficit from 1.9 million to 0.8.
Say that again.
That's what he was not quite that.
It's not a percentage, it's an actual dollar amount.
What are you filling in the
You're
line?
putting in this one right here? Yeah.
Correct. With 0.8.
0.8.
The deficit now, as presented by the administration, that should read 1.9 million, not 3.3.
So this,
It should be 1.9, and I'm suggesting just to throw a number out. begin the discussion, 0.8. In other words, we would cut 1.1 million from the same budget as presented.
So, point of order, question. We're not considering this. This is not a full question. Okay, so what we need to do in the next 4 minutes is to.
Either finish this or add an amendment.
Right.
I understand that we can discuss the, if we close the ordinance, discussion and vote on it, we can extend and add this as a
Yes.
discussion item.
Let's do that.
Right, I mean, but I don't.
On approving first reading.
All right, well, let's call the roll.
Councilmember Simmons.
Yeah.
Councilmember McLean.
Yes.
Councilmember King.
Yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen.
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Councilmember Phillips.
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson.
Yes.
First reading of the ordinance passes unanimously.
Move to extend to 10:30.
Moved by Mayor Pro Tem,
Support.
supported by Councilmember Tucson, all in favor of extending until 10:30, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Yay.
Okay, well, it passes, so it'll extend to 10:30. Hey, were you gonna put this on the table, or do you want to do other things? So,
If it's in order, I would not.
or not, I'll move to the discussion, I mean, I just want to move us.
I'm confused, that is a amendment to the budget, why?
It's just a resolution.
It's just a.
It's a separate standalone resolution, really.
Oh, okay, I
To the
thought it would be like.
Related to the budget, but it's not.
Yeah,
tied-
it's not-
tied directly to the
Yeah.
budget.
Gotcha. You have to move to add this to the table.
I said a motion added to the table.
So,
Or
Been moved and supported, moved by Councilmember McLean, supported by Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen. Do you discuss adding this to the table? Or do we take a vote?
Stay with this, Rob.
All in favor of adding this resolution to the table, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Councilmember McLean.
all right, so I will move this resolution. You want me to read it? I don't think I need to, but
Whatever you want to move.
simply,
I think you're right, because it's not in public record.
okay. So this is a resolution to establish target deficit reduction levels for the 2026 city budget. Whereas the city of Ypsilanti is currently facing a structural budget deficit. And whereas the administration's proposed operating budget includes a general fund deficit of approximately 1.9 million. With the deficit being covered by the general fund balance. And whereas at current general fund balance levels set as paribus, the fund balance will reach zero in the next 2 budget years. Now therefore be it resolved that the Ypsilanti City Council adopts as its deficit reduction goal to reduce the deficit for 2026 from approximately 1.9 million to 0.8 million. And be it further resolved, the council requests that the city manager identify areas for possible spending reductions and or revenue enhancements that meet or exceed the targeted reduction level. And I so move.
Or
It's been moved by Councilmember McLean, supported by Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen. Discussion. So can we go back and explain again, now that it's on the table, what this means?
Yeah, it's,
Thank you.
I hope it's meant to be straightforward. It does not bind us to do anything. It simply suggests that this is a target level for us to try to reach. So that instead of the 1.9 million deficit that has been presented to us, that instead we get that number some way down to 0.8 million, in other words, 800,000. And we asked the city manager to help us by identifying ways to do that. Certainly doesn't preclude any of us from coming up with ideas as well. But it asked that he, at least with staff, identify enough revenue enhancements and or expenditure reductions that total at least $1.1 million.
Councilmember Phelps. Oh. I'm generally supportive of something like this. It's just similar to what we did last year, which was direction to, city manager to look at different strategies for, reducing shortfall. Last year, I think there's more flexibility because we asked for like, different levels. We asked, I think, 300,000, 500,000, 750,000. And so I guess I would maybe just offer to allow more flexibility in here that different kind of reduction options could be given to us. I'm also fine with just a package of potential reductions, and then we just a la carte it like we did last year as well. I am curious if either the finance director or the city manager thinks that 1.1 million reduction is not realistically achievable and does go into our operating costs or not. And if that is the case, then we would want to adjust this to be something different.
This will definitely go into operating costs. That's what we would have to cut from.
You said that earlier, you said that you could look at reducing our shortfall in a way that doesn't involve losing our like basic operating costs. I thought you said something along those lines.
No, it would have to come from operations and I mean, there's a lot of different things that go into operations, contractual services, supplies. Basically everything. So there's gonna be cuts to that. It doesn't necessarily, I mean, it will impact operations, but. You know, we can definitely trim this down a little bit if needed.
Is some of it though, like there's things that have been dedicated in the capital improvements that haven't been spent down, like are some of those things.
So this would just be in 101. I wouldn't be looking to cut anything in 414.
Why not?
I mean, because the only thing that we're transferring to the 414 is funding for the Cornell Street reconstruction. So it's not something that we pull from there.
I thought the capital improvement fund had a lot of appropriations there, including funds for the elevator and funds for
Yeah, there's funds for if we could take out all the funds going to City Hall for improvements. We could do things like that and reduce transfers out if that's what council wanted to do, but then again, will eventually impact operations. But yeah, we can reduce transfers out to. That would be probably the only thing that we could transfer out. Or not transfer rather.
what would it look like to bring scenarios for us like we've had in the past instead of this flat number?
I mean, we could do that as well. We can bring a scenario for 1.1. We can bring a scenario for, cutting $700,000. We can bring a scenario for cutting $500,000.
I think we need to see, the variation of what that looks like, to be able to make a whole decision.
Just point of clarification, perhaps. The way I wrote this, the intention is to create what Councilmember Fellows referred to as the kind of a la carte model. It's my expectation that the city manager is not going to come back with one single item that equals whatever this number is. It's be several things that we could choose from, and then it just simply becomes math. Where if we think cutting too far, 1.1 million cut is too much, then it can be We don't take all of the items that he brings to us. But the bigger the number, the more options he gives us. I guess that may be the best way to say it. We may not like that. Like, we may find just how painful taking that level of cut really is.
But one of the ways that we did this in the past, is changing the assumptions, right? So some of the assumptions about revenue streams are conservative, right? And what we did in the past was we made them more, realistic from past funding streams, but that eliminate the buffer. So that would, how we reduce the deficit in the past was just changing those assumptions in terms of some of the revenue. So I'm assuming.
Yeah, we would examine that as well.
Do the same thing again this time, and if I remember correctly, that was. Yes, Mr. Hurry was saying earlier, the fire fund, we always estimate that at half the expected value, so it's like a couple $100,000 there. So, you know, I think with the instruction that, you know, multiple scenarios, I can see, when I need to do this tomorrow, it would. That, you know, having, I think there is value to having not just. Here's how you get to 1.9, and then you just slice the dice off of that, whatever you're gonna want. I mean, you know, when you presented in the past with, here's a scenario for 300,000, here's a scenario for 700,000, it makes it, you know, there's some of those things, but then it gives you, there were things included in some scenarios that weren't in other scenarios, so it wasn't just straight, here's all of this stuff. So it gives us a different way to look at it. We can do any of the above once we get it, but I think it is helpful to have that kind of package and scenario presented.
City manager, would you like us to amend this resolution, or is this conversation enough instruction for?
So I think this conversation is enough instruction. Kind of how I foresee bringing this forward is we'll examine every possibility for if we're being too conservative with revenues, where can we do potential cuts, and we'll just have an itemized list of that. And that's what we would present to council, and then council could determine yay or nay to whatever that might be. So it'll just be an itemized list. Council, and I could set that itemized list and be like, this is what I would recommend if we were doing 300,000, this is what I recommend for 500,000, and so on and so forth.
And I do hope that, the capital improvement fund is like looked at, or I think that's what it is, right? The things that are appropriated but not spent down yet, like to look at those things as well as possible things to add.
Further discussion on this resolution? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Councilmember Phelps.
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson.
Yeah.
Councilmember Simmons.
Yes.
Councilmember McLean.
Yes.
Councilmember King.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. All right, we're at the discussion regarding the pending orders.
So I did email the change order to council earlier today, as well as placed one. A copy, a hard copy at everyone's place of the dais. This, I'm just looking for a consensus from council that they're okay with this. This change order. It still would be funded by the grants that we already have been awarded. It's just GEI as it's all listed out in the change order. But just to get an idea from council if they're okay with it, and then we would bring this back next week to actually just have council approve, but I can give them a kind of go ahead and start planning this.
Yeah, so then, I'm just trying to catch up on this a little bit on the email, but, so you're saying that the change is covered in what we have already, but it's just reallocated.
So yeah, we have these funds available. It would just be, yes, reallocating them to this specific thing.
Yes. And it's great to see like that some of it is more specifics about like how to move the muscle, which
Yeah.
I feel very committed to, because I did include it in a poem about the future of Ypsilanti, that the muscles will be moved. So,
Relocation of muscles.
yes.
And they will be.
All right, we love to see it. Additional comments, questions?
Yeah, I mean, the conversation on this, and there are different requirements as you move through projects like this, and you can't foresee them when you original, so change orders is the way this gets handled, and we've done this in the past, we've done it well. But, you know, basically right now, we just need to know that there's no objections to moving forward with getting this project moving, and then they'll bring it back as for approval.
So, do you have it with consensus?
Yep. I think we're good. I'll let GEI know tomorrow, and then this will be back before council next week for approval.
Thank you. All right, council proposed business. Do we have that? Is it?
No, there is no council proposed business on a special meeting.
Nope.
Oh, it's on the agenda, sorry.
Oh,
I was going on what we
Oh.
had. All right, well. And that's it. It's adjourned. And like, I just follow the agenda, y'all, that's all. It's okay.
You said something, I mean.
I'm like, roll follow or?
It looks like it didn't actually get added, so